All right. Thank you, Mayor, for the introduction. Welcome, everyone, to the 2022 retreat. It's good to have everybody here. We're a mix of hybrid, or in-person and virtual, including some of the leadership team that are going to be virtual today. But just thanks, everybody, for being here. I want to start by just thanking Tim Dodd for an incredible amount of work on this. The leadership team also is going to be presenting. It looks like on the screen, no one's going to be talking for more than 10 minutes. So at least you're going to get a mix of individuals that are presenting to you. Hopefully will hold attention. You can go on to the next slide. Or was I supposed to do that? Sorry.
The clicker.
Does anybody know where the clicker is?
There's one right here.
Oh, thank you. Great. So I'm going to just go over the day's events. So we're going to have about an hour or so of some team building, trust building exercises that our facilitator will lead us through. And then we'll take a break. And we also, if anybody wants a tour, including the leadership team of the police building, Sam, our amazing host for today, he has offered to do that and take a quick walk around during the break so for lunch as well. And he's had his folks straightening up in anticipation of some of you wanting to go around and look at the building. And I do also want to thank Sam. Sam's set up the room, made sure the temperature was right, he and Maria, and so thanks to them as well. And then the leadership team is really going to start going over the strategic plan, really making sure we're going to do a check-in with you that between each member of the leadership team, Nick will walk us through, you all, through a series of questions just to make sure that what we have been working on, some accomplishments and the definitions of each of the outcome areas are correct. So we'll do a check-in in between each section of the strategic plan that we'll go over. And then we'll have a break and lunch will be out front. And if you didn't notice when you came in, there's coffee, bagels, some pastries, granola bars, fruit out front. And thanks to Tim, Krista, Stephanie for helping, and also Sam for helping set that up. And then we're going to really start prioritizing, and that will be, an important part of the day. We'll check in with you on what the public said over the last month or so of community input that we've gotten on the strategic plan, and then just talk about next steps. Tim and I will do that and wrap up, hopefully, fingers crossed, by 2:25 p.m. So it won't be a full day for you, but we will. We do have a full schedule for you. I want to next introduce Nick Kittle. I met Nick I think it was at the Colorado City and County Managers Association probably 6 years ago, but didn't actually work with them until I came here. Had been to a couple of workshops that CCCMA had put on that he had led and was always impressed. He wrote a book called Sustainability, Building Sustainable Innovation in Government, one wildly creative idea at a time. And so when we were kind of in the throes of COVID and frankly tired, and the leadership team was tired, we brought Nick in, and he really kind of talked to us about sustainable innovation and continuing to do better and improve and innovate. Even sometimes like in that case where we were just tired, and we're really impressed by the work that he did with our team. We have not engaged him in strategic planning, so he's kind of coming into this with fresh eyes to help lead you all through this process. But I really have enjoyed working with him and hope you do. He actually, what I also kind of like about him is, in addition to being a consultant for years, he's also been a practitioner. So he was the Public Works Director for the City of Colorado Springs. He was also the Chief Innovation Officer for Adams County. So he has he's got a bachelor's degree from Purdue in Industrial Management and Master's in Business Administration from UC Denver. And we're just excited to have him here today. So Nick, it's all yours.
Thanks, John. Hi, everybody. How are we doing? We're here on a Saturday. We can be honest about it. It's okay. Thanks for having me. I just want to share, thank you, Sean, for the great introduction. And I just want to say how honored I am to be here. My goal is to get you to where we need to be by the end of the day. So that's what my hope is as your facilitator, is that we're going to get to some prioritization, to some outcomes, and have some really great discussion, hopefully with the folks online. I'm not sure which camera I'm looking into, but probably that one. for the folks who are joining us today. Really appreciate that. Just a real quick story. I was actually getting my hair cut the other day, and the person cutting my hair said she happened to be from Inglewood. So she grew up in Inglewood, was a local, and she was telling me how much she hated the snow in Colorado in general. And we were kind of laughing about that, but she loves shoveling snow. And I said, okay, so do you live in Aurora now? And she's like, I do. And I'm like, so which is better? I'm like, I'm going to work with Inglewood here pretty soon. Which is better, Aurora or Inglewood? She said, Aurora, 100%. And I said, what? And she's like, well, my family lives there. She's like, so my family lives in Inglewood. She's like, so every time I go to Aurora, I think to myself, is my family's at least out at Inglewood. But other than that, I actually loved growing up in Inglewood. So that was her story to share with me. Sorry, I fumbled the delivery on that a little bit, but as far as today goes, hopefully we can pull this up here, but like to go ahead and get the slides pulled up for the breakout, but we're going to do a couple of exercises here today, just to kind of warm us up, get us talking to each other, and hopefully have a little fun with that. In terms of the prioritization today and what we're going to do with that, we're going to do part of it online. So we're going to do an exercise where we spend money on our priority areas, and we're going to use a Survey Monkey tool to do that. So we're going to vote online. We're going to use our phones to do that, scan a QR code and do that. So that'll be a little later in the day. We're also going to use voting stickers. For those of us in the room, we'll be using voting stickers to kind of take a look at some of the goals and maybe just prioritize up or down if we have enough time what those look like. So we've got an exciting day, as Tim said. And so just in terms of this today, how I'd like to get to know each other, because you may know each other, but I don't know you that well. So I'd like to have maybe a little bit of an unusual get to know you conversation. And what I'd like to do is start off with, let's hit that. Here we go. We got it. We're going to start off with this. 2 truths and a lie. And we're going to have a snowball fight indoors today. Okay, so here's how this is going to work. You got 3 minutes, and I'd like for you to come up with 2 truths and 1 lie about yourself. What we're going to do is we're going to crumple up that paper, and we're going to throw it across the room at somebody. We're going to have a snowball fight and have a little fun. Then you're going to open up somebody else's paper, and we're going to try and figure out who is the person who wrote that down. Who's the person who wrote that down? So we got 3 minutes, 2 truths and a lie. We're going to crumple it up, throw it across the room, and read somebody else's. And so for the folks who are participating online, if you want to go ahead and put yours either into the chat or DM somebody in the room, we can go ahead and make sure that gets on a piece of paper, crumples up, and throws. Okay? So we'll start it off 3 minutes, 2 truths and 1 lie.
Are we using this paper?
You can use that paper. We've got paper over here too, if you'd like larger paper as well. But yes, we have some smaller notepads here.
Yeah, all 3 are on 1, or
All 3 on 1. Yep.
Sean,
yes.
I texted mine to you. Is that okay?
Oh, yep, perfect.
Thank you for texting in. Appreciate that. If you're joining us online, just a reminder right now, everybody's doing a team building exercise. We're writing down 2 truths and a lie. We're going to do a snowball fight in about a minute. Little snowball fight indoors here. Colorado feels appropriate. Crumpled up. We ready to throw? Now just remember, if somebody targets you with a snowball, there's nothing meant by that, okay? It's a snowball fight, all right? All right, let's go ahead and throw them. 3, 2, 1, throw them, all right. Go ahead, grab somebody else's. Let's go ahead and throw it back out there, okay? There we go, one back there. There you go, one over there. We got another one up here. Let's throw them again. All right, throw them to somebody else. All righty.
I just threw one. Here, Sarah.
All right,
I need-
open it up. Who needs one? Who needs one?
Joe, do you?
Make sure you've got one.
Anybody?
Also, there we go. We got one right here. There you go. There we go. Oh, we got one. Okay. Oh, we have 2 extras. That's okay. That's okay. If you got extras, we're good. Make sure everybody's got one. Also, open it up. Hopefully you don't have your own. That happens sometimes. Somebody ends up with their own. So just for a second here, just take a second, read off, take a look at what somebody wrote down there. Can you figure out which one is the lie out of this? If I'm looking at it, who wants to volunteer to go first? Maybe read who it is, maybe just read a couple off. Yeah, go ahead.
I've been bungee jumping. I have 2 sisters. I love seafood.
Bungee jumping, 2 sisters, love seafood. Anybody want to take a guess at who we're talking about in the room here? Who do you want to take a guess on that one?
Chris Hargett.
Chris?
It is not.
It's not Chris. Okay. Any other guesses?
I do have 2 sisters.
2 sisters. Look at that. Crossover truth right there.
I would have guessed Steve's word. You're
Steve?
smiling.
Nope, not me.
Not? Okay. So who we have here? Whose is this?
That's mine.
It's yours. It's Tim's. Okay. So let's take a guess here, Tim. Which of these is Tim's lie? Which of
Bungee
these-
jumping.
Tim hates
No,
it.
it's true, shockingly, yeah. I would not do it now, but I did it when I was 19.
You only have one
You hate
sister.
seafood.
I love
Yes,
seafood.
one sister,
I
right?
have one sister.
Yeah.
Okay, the sisters weren't true. Nice one, nice one. Okay, all right. Well, Tim, since you got volunteered here, how about that? What do you got?
All right, I have cross country. Well, this is actually kind of not fair because I know whose it is.
Okay, you don't get to guess for now. You don't get to guess that, right? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, you read it up
Just
first.
don't guess, yeah.
I've cross country skied for 4 hours nonstop. I'm a diehard CU bus fan. My drive to the US.
I think a lot of us.
We all know who that is.
We're not gonna answer.
Okay.
Come on, Brett, make it.
Which one's the lie in that? I don't know.
Senator.
The senator, okay, all right. Well, go ahead. What do you got?
Okay, so first was professional ski racer. First drove a car at 10 years old. First piloted an airplane at 11 years old.
Oh, wow.
Jeez.
Wow, okay. Somebody got out there and got stuff done young. All right. So read them off again. It's
Professional ski racer.
professional skier.
First drove a car at 10 years old.
First drove a car at 10.
First piloted an airplane at 11 years
Piloted a plane at 11.
Peter.
With a chuckle, Peter's like, no, that's not it. That's not it. Who else got a guess on that one?
I think it's Steve Ward.
Steve?
No,
Yeah?
no, it's not me.
Okay.
Jim.
Huh?
Yeah. Jim.
Nope.
Oh.
Sam.
Christina.
So which of these isn't true? Those are some pretty interesting truths. Which of these is the lie out of that? What do you think?
Airplane.
We got airplane over here. Is airplane it?
I didn't fly on an airplane until I was 20.
Driving cars at 10, didn't fly on a plane till 20. Thanks, Chief. Appreciate that. That's excellent. What about you, Chief? What you got?
Well, Sam,
Sam.
but one of these, if it's true, is disturbing. So I worked for a professional hockey team. I love the smell of gasoline. That's the disturbing part. I have driven to the top of Pikes Peak.
Okay. Okay. Any guesses on that one?
Rita Russell.
Not her.
Good guess, Cheryl.
I do like this one.
I do too.
There's some confessions in the room for those who can't hear it online. That we might all like a little bit of the smell of gasoline. There's a couple folks.
I linger in the phone myself.
Steve.
Nope, still not me.
Steve is a mystery.
I think it went. Who is it?
Maria.
I love the smell of gas.
Okay, so we know what's true. We know what's true. What's
her profession.
But then,
As you should.
exactly, it's all kids, right?
so which of those isn't true?
Skier. What was the first one?
What were they again?
It was I worked for a professional hockey team. I love the smell of gasoline. I have driven to the top of Pikes Peak.
So you've
But
never
Pikes
driven,
Peak.
I've never driven to Pikes Peak, so I worked for the Minnesota North Stars for like 7 years.
Okay.
Growing up.
All right.
Wow.
Hockey connection, but haven't been to the top of Pikes Peak.
I've been there, I just haven't driven there.
Okay, you took the cog railway up then? Okay. Okay.
Your turn.
Go ahead, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I grew up on a farm. I was a state spelling bee champion. I've been to 5 of 7 continents.
Sean.
Sean.
It's weirdly almost true, but no.
Tamara Niles. Tamara
Tamara.
Niles.
Tamara.
She's shaking her head no.
Chelsea.
It's me.
One of our first official guesses. Which of those isn't true though? Were you
Spelling
Say them again.
I grew up on a farm. I was state spelling bee champion. I've been to 5 of 7 continents.
Farm.
Oh,
No,
You got everybody on that one. Not a single person got that one right.
I also drove a car. I drove at 8 in a farm truck, so.
You were on a farm, you drove
That's right.
out of necessity.
I'm trying to get to 7 of 7 comments. We'll see. Okay, mine is, my feet are one size different from each other. I have never traveled outside the country, and I went to 5 different colleges.
Whoa.
Feet are different sizes,
Never outside the country.
never outside the country,
5 different colleges.
5 different colleges.
Keyboard.
Cheryl Winks.
You're getting all the votes here.
Still not me.
Wink.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nope.
Nope.
Jim?
Not me.
Okay.
Gosh.
This is a tough one.
Anita?
No, I've been outside the country.
Is it Joe?
That was me, yeah.
No, I was gonna guess you, but I didn't think that.
So which of-
travel?
Which of those isn't true?
What were the 3 again?
Feet are different sizes, been to, never been outside the country, and
5 different colleges.
5 different colleges.
Outside the
Feet.
The feet.
Outside the country. It was outside the country, never been outside the country. Okay, that was a tricky setup. That was like the first one. Nobody says that. Like that was a really unusual one. If that was a lie, that would have tricked everybody right there. So, how about you? What do you got for your what do you got for your setup there?
All right. My wife and I have the same birthday. I am writing a novel based on city government. I have a dog and a cat, but no children.
Steve Ward.
That's Steve.
He has 2
That's me.
dogs.
Okay, all right, we got
Oh, that's the one.
The other one is with my parents. It doesn't count.
Wait, which one's, okay.
So which one's not true?
Which one's the
He's
lie?
not writing a novel based on city government.
I am not.
So collective sigh of relief in the room as he's not writing the novel on local government, so that's.
Names have been changed.
But you all know who you are.
So let's do one more. You get to bring us home for this exercise.
Once caught a 400-pound shark, coached baseball in Japan, taught tennis professionally.
Chris.
Too easy.
Easy enough? Okay. Which one of those is not true, Chris? Everybody knew that one right away.
That's true.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
The shark. Oh.
We do one more for our council.
Oh, sure. No, if you got it, bring it.
Council member.
Yeah, I mean, if you're
Okay.
okay.
I hate worms.
You want to?
I hate worms. I am colorblind. I'm a pretty good skier.
Rita.
No, they shake their head, no. Hate worms,
Daniel.
colorblind.
Nathaniel is a guess.
Nope.
Not Nathaniel.
No.
Carol?
Yes.
Cheryl.
Got
Was
it.
that you? All right. You had one more. Did you have one more that you wanted to read?
Why?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Which one's your lie, Cheryl?
Yeah.
You're colorblind?
Colorblind.
All right. Did we have one more we needed to read here?
I ended up with two, so I can,
Double it up. Let's just do one more here for it.
okay. Hung out with the Dallas Cowboys before the Pittsburgh Steelers in the Super Bowl played. There's an insert word. They played the Pittsburgh Steelers in the Super Bowl. Did laundry for the Los Angeles Angels spring training. Sang the national anthem at a professional hockey game.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, Christina.
Christina.
Creation.
Wait, what's the last? I can't.
It was Christina, but she can't sing. So that was a lie out of it for those of you who are participating. Thanks everybody online who joined us for that. Thanks everybody in the room for just opening up and having a little bit of fun. These are always interesting conversations. It's nice to get to know our coworkers. They're a different lens since we're here on a Saturday anyways, right? And if you are going to write the great American novel on local government, let's talk. Okay? Know how to help put people to sleep too. So with that said, moving forward one more. So I want to get us into maybe our second exercise of the day. Conceptually, which is I'd like for us to work together as teams to build a tower. But what I'd like for us to do in terms of separating, to do this tower exercise, is to do it by your birthdays. So what I'd like for us is to break into 4 groups in the room. And for those of you online, I'm sorry, you won't be able to participate hands-on in this exercise, but you are going to be co-judges with me on the winner. So I just want you to know you got a role in this, which is judging on the winner, and it happens every time. Okay, so we're going to have 4 different groups, but I'd like for you to do January through March. You're going to be a team. If your birthday is January through March, you're a team. If it's April through May, June, April through June, right? You're a team, and so on. We're going to have 4 different teams. What we're going to do is you have resources. Your resources are right over here. You have 1/4 of 1 ream of paper and 1 roll of Scotch tape. That's it. To produce the tallest tower that you can do as a team in 10 minutes. Here's the rules. You can only use what is provided. It has to be freestanding, meaning you can't tape it you can't tape it against structures, you can't tape it to the ceiling, that kind of thing. You can use the table, but don't stack a chair on top of the table, right? We're not trying to get anything unsafe here. Does that make sense? Does that feel all right? Feel a little weird? We'll talk about why this is relevant here in a minute, but hopefully we'll see how creative you can get with constructing this tower. So with that said, for the folks in the room, if you are January to March, let's go ahead and bring it over here. If you're April, May, June, you're right here. If you're July, August, September, you're right here. And if you're October, November, December, you're right over here. Have somebody from your team, one person from your team come up and grab the paper as well as 1 roll of tape. And then once everybody has it, we will start the timer.
I got January through March.
You by yourself.
Sean's with me.
I've got October.
That's a Steve.
The sun's shining.
We started
Yeah. They actually don't do it.
You got to it. It's never good.
We've got our teams. We have 10 minutes. Start now. Go for it.
Yeah. And
And for those of you online in the 10 minutes here, so we can call this a 10-minute break for those of you online, you'll join us here. And we're gonna make sure in the judging, you help me choose who the winner is. All right? Absolutely.
Yeah, I
Oh,
like
no,
that.
there's no rules on that. It's just however you want to construct it. Yeah, you just can't attach any chairs or that kind of stuff. The tallest tower possible.
Unless we think that was.
We can try two different.
We should probably do it. John Richard needs the paper. Yeah, people think that's.
You are not, yes, I got it. So what am I doing?
I'm a sit down.
You guys are folding. Are you taking? Did you understand?
We take it to the first one.
Hey, I'm only getting- There you go.
Right, I credit it, so like that.
good task.
Good job for you.
Yeah.
Classic 5-star symbol move.
Another good truth about me is I started college in engineering. And obviously. Yeah. It's gonna be tricky.
Can't get to the table, just, you know.
You gotta make them narrow enough.
You can take it to the table, yes.
Glad we,
Or tape across the top.
glad we can do a good job.
Just for fun, for those of you online, anybody who wants to drop it into the chat who wants to vote on our winners, we welcome that. So if you want to put a vote in there before they get done, feel free to go ahead and put that into the chat and bet on your winners.
Keep them from.
7 minutes left, team, 7 minutes left.
Yeah, we'll start. I was thinking we could use these.
I feel like Tamara's got a bet.
There's a strong,
I feel like you got a bet on who wins, don't you?
this one's strong.
Don't worry, it's still gonna be freestanding at the end. Still gonna be freestanding at the end. Don't worry about other towers.
Yeah.
Don't worry about other towers.
I go about it, man.
I've seen this game before. Don't worry about other towers. Just focus on what you're doing.
We watched it. Someone's gonna fight. Pretty strong.
Should we not maybe do the call in another direction?
Yeah, I was thinking.
No. Oh, what I was doing is
Should we try shorter?
Do shorter. That was a good plan. I think we have enough room.
Okay. We need that.
And more data. We don't. There's the.
Yeah, that's all right. We only have one.
So you see.
So if you caught that on that, if you want to go ahead and DM information technology, they'll be able to go ahead and let you. Since we can't do chat, we'll do it that way, okay? So if you want to vote on who you think the winner is before we vote, let's go for that, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, here you go.
Yeah.
Less than 5 minutes left, friends, less than 5 minutes left.
Here, let's see.
Oh, okay.
Another support right there.
Okay. It's coming along. I think it is coming along. I like it.
Just give a very small town.
Lots of different approaches in the room. Oh.
The engineers there. Oh, we're making it.
It's gotta be freestanding though.
You seem like.
Trust me, that sometimes is a problem.
We need another.
You gotta get it to stand up.
Okay, so we're rolling them.
We can stagger it and get it really tall if it's for this group.
You're doing a good job.
Oh, it is kind of collapsed.
Yeah.
Playing Jenga at this point.
Hey, that's okay, that's okay. Minutes left. 3 minutes left.
I don't know that we do.
Wait, does it have to be on the table? It does not have to be on the
Oh, I
table.
thought the table was.
It's not a rule.
Well, we can go back.
I'm going for technicality. man.
Our problem is we'd have to start moving silly.
I gotta take that one.
The smack talk begins.
Ours is,
Yeah.
ours is spacious.
Exactly. What kind of housing you all got there? Ain't no good. This is, you know.
I think the competition's over.
We got 3 minutes to build another one.
One thing is they're just standing back with spare time. Are you guys gonna drop into like a consulting role now?
Yeah.
Like,
I think we're.
You're gonna have a.
Probably could do one more.
You can always have more.
I feel like there's a. Here, you need more cones?
Is this
Yeah.
like so?
You don't be over.
There's a little bit of running on the score.
We're on the ground, David.
That's why they make big bucks.
I'm not an engineer.
I think that's idea.
See? Oh,
You might still have a chance if there's this.
Yeah, no.
The leaning
if they're gonna get greedy, they're gonna get greedy about it.
We just need more tape, just circle. Just coming down. No, it's the leg. Oh, wait, put these two.
Icarus here.
This is like really good. I just really thought. we did a great job.
Reinforce this second.
1 minute left. Hey, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute.
That is interesting.
We're smash it down a little.
I'm sensing a
We're gonna get a
impending
flat
DQ.
top. Let's get to mountains.
Everyone's standing up.
Fire would be funny.
This might be Icarus flying too close to the sun right here. This is how this feels, but.
Where's the tape?
Through it.
Can't help it, sorry.
30 seconds.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're not like.
How is it that all the engineers are in one group?
Right.
Birthdays, we did it by birthdays too. I mean,
Leave it. Peter, don't mess with it.
Oh, sorry, Peter, it's never gonna sneeze.
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
No.
And you know, everybody is staring in one direction to find out whether this thing's gonna go down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, nice work, everybody, nice work. See off this camera right here?
See, some
Folks, see off this
there
camera?
are more
Okay.
people working on it than just.
That's true. You guys had a small group.
All right, so let's
Blame
go
our
ahead.
mothers.
All right, so let's walk through it here. I think we have a clear winner. So round of applause to our winners over here. Can you all see that? The size of this tower over here?
Yeah, we're able to see it.
I mean, look at that. That's, what are you, that's a 6.5 foot tower? Where are you standing? Seven. Forgive me. So talk to me about it. We got a clear winner, right? What was easy about this exercise? What was easy for your group in terms of putting this together?
We agreed on a plan very early on.
Agreed on a plan early on. Okay, so you had your plan right out of the gate, and then it was about what?
Everybody just jumped in and did what they needed to do.
Start and execute, right? Making that happen.
We had a dictator telling us what to do.
Yeah, So the bountiful nature of benevolent dictatorship comes to fruition, I guess.
Benevolent.
So we had an awesome team here, and we also had a relatively large team. You were the largest team
Yep.
in terms of the room here, right? Whereas we had a team over here that was 2 people.
Yep.
Look what I did.
Yeah, exactly. Let's give them a round of applause. So in terms of being a 2-person team, what was that like in terms of that? What was the challenge of being a 2-person team?
I don't know.
Communication was easy. We were talking, we were communicating, we were bouncing ideas off each other. I mean, whether it's successful or not, you can judge. And then when we decided with about a minute and a half left to adjust and try something new, so that's what you see over here. And it was just quick and seamless, and given an extra 3 minutes, we could have beat those guys.
So we had the strategy shift. It just came a little later than they would have hoped for on that. But again, one of the things that you highlighted was the communication was easy. We only had a couple people, so the nice part was it was an easy back and forth to have a little, maybe easier than having a lot of people cooking in the kitchen at the same time with that. Again, we had benevolent dictatorship over here, so maybe that wasn't a problem, but at the same time, something to look at. What about this team right here? What did you notice about this challenge? What was easy about it? What was difficult about it? If you're looking at the cone, this is the cone structure for the team here. That was gonna be the. So we had the angel on top of the Christmas tree ready to go, and yet, but we had a little bit of a leaning Tower of Pisa situation that undid us.
We were a little ambitious and we didn't, the paper's not as strong. I thought it was cardstock, so.
Okay, we had a misunderstanding about our materials, right? That can happen. And what about the team over here? Talk to me. What was easy? What was difficult for you with this?
Like Stephanie said, I think we had the perfect amount of people for this project.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
one on every side.
Steve had a quick idea. We ran with it, but we all kind of took apart. Like we all had a role of someone folding, someone having the tape ready, somebody building it. So just together.
Able to move quickly, assign the resources, have the plan, and do this. So I just want to draw some parallels in terms of what we're doing here versus what it is we have to do in the real world for a second, which is there's scarcity of resources. You only had a certain amount of paper and you only had a certain amount of tape to do it with. That's just how we have to do it sometimes when we deal with local government. We don't have the unlimited amount of resources that we might want. So we have to prioritize. Where are we going to use our tape? Where are we going to use our paper, right? How much are we going to put into it? And again, the comment about cardstock isn't far off, right? Which is if we had cardstock, totally different way we're going to construct this tower than if we've got basically flimsy paper available to us in this space. Also, team dynamics and sizes, right? We had one team that only had 2 people. So communication and moving quickly was probably very easy because there's 2 of us. However, a group of 6 able to accomplish a lot more because we have more resources available to be able to do that. That's the kind of stuff that we deal with all the time when we deal with this. And also what we're trying to do here when we talk about prioritization, right? Is making sure that we can assign the resources where they need to, knowing that we've got limited resources available to us. So that's my little mini soapbox for this particular exercise. Any other lessons, thoughts, comments as you come out of the, first of all, what I want to say is amazing construction efforts as this, but I thought it was great communication amongst the teams, and I thought, and this is, by the way, one of the tallest freestanding towers I have ever seen in this exercise before, so honestly, round of applause to the team on that one. Usually the ambition ends up causing it to fall over, and I appreciate that you stopped right basically when you built whatever the towers in Dubai. That's basically as tall as that thing is right there.
I think one observation is as a personal criticism to myself, because I'm often told this, I feel like our team, we came up with an idea. We didn't necessarily vet it very much. We're like, let's just do it, which is what I do. I jump into it without thinking okay, let's plan. If I would have spent 3 minutes planning, who knows?
And so some good planning can help us get maybe where we want to go a little bit faster. It's hard sometimes when when you have limited time too, to not just jump right in and start that discussion. So thanks, everybody. We can go ahead and kick it again. Nice round of applause for the team here. Good work. Please keep at least a sheet of paper, okay? Keep a little paper with you. And recycle. All right, please recycle your paper.
Gotta recycle on a sustainable.
For those of you online, I'd love for you to be able to chime in here in just a second about anything you observed with this exercise, just to make sure. We want to get the team clean up first, and we'll have that for a second, okay?
All the way to the corner.
Good job, Chelsea.
I'm feeling fresh.
Have the day with the win.
We're gonna kick off the day with a win. That's right. We got a little victory dance over here. I want to give the folks online an opportunity to weigh in and just voice any thoughts that they have about this exercise or anything they observed, being sort of outside observers on the process that they saw unfolding in the room. Anybody online have some thoughts related to this exercise or something that they observed?
Well, I think we were just limited to just the two in the middle, the two teams in the middle. And from what I was able to see from Joe and Sean, there was a lot of chit chat going on between that group. So I'm not sure if they, I saw that the team with the largest tower, all the engineers basically just had they had a plan and they basically were working towards it. So I was able to see that, but Joe and Sean and who was the other one?
Yeah.
Was it Jim?
Jim.
It was Jim. No, it was just, they were having a lot of fun with this. So there was a lot of chit chat back and forth, but that's all we were able to see within the two in the middle.
Thanks for sharing that with us. And you know, I think part of the fun thing is, just so you know, when I do this in other communities, just because you've got the public works folks on your team does not mean you win. I have seen that several times where the engineers get in each other's way on that. So it was nice to see a team just execute, and it's nice to know your public works is that team, right? Like, that's good to see. Yeah.
Now for one other thing.
Please.
So there's an experience piece to this as well. And this is, I should have put this on my 2 truths and a lie, but I didn't. But in high school, in front of the entire high school, I was part of a 5-person team that won a straw tower contest. And this is how we built the straw tower. So 32 years ago with straws. And so I just went back to experience to say, let's make straws and we'll make a tower.
So I love this, and I'm just gonna.
What's that?
Were you the dictator?
Yes. Yes.
Hey, that's fine. We won.
So you couldn't hear that. Actually had the opportunity to build a straw tower. This was built off of experience. And so we had somebody with guiding experience in the room, which is, you know, you say unfair advantage, right? It's cheating, but then again, that's what we're dealing with things like the Great Resignation, right? Right now, recruiting people who have the talent, the skills, and the experience is critically important because you can move a heck of a lot faster when you have somebody who knows what they're doing, right? So there's a value to having people who've got that level of experience. And the nice part was I've never met anybody in real life who's got relevant direct experience constructing something like this. That's a first for me. I did not see that coming. So my apologies to the rest of the group who got handicapped unintentionally as a result of having a pro in the room. Great comments. And thank you for confessing that truth. I appreciate that. With that said, let's go ahead and move on to one more exercise that we have for today. Hopefully this one's just a little bit of fun, but one of the topics that I want to see if this works for a second here too. So can we skip to the next slide? So we're going to do this sort of the verbal way. Next slide. So one of the things I talk about with organizations is high performance government and how we build it. There's one section in particular, and we can just advance through a couple slides here, that I want to visit with you about. These are the 5 tenets of high performance government that I usually teach organizations about. And we see this being successful with a variety of different what-work cities that I work with. But effective and innovative teams, efficient processes, if we're creating measurable, actionable results, doing it in a way that's clear and accountable, and then engaging our community, we're winning. Those are the types of behaviors we want to see out of high-performing government organizations. So if we can click ahead here. Now, this is something that I do is, 1-day, 2-day trainings, that kind of stuff. So I just want to skip into one section, which is the effective teams. There are 4 sections that I talk about in this, and I only want to talk about one today. But these are the 4 things that I sort of do an overview and a review of. 7 habits of highly effective people. Next, speed of trust. Strengths Finder, and Sustainability. And so when it comes to this, the one that I want to talk about today is speed of trust. And so in this one, I just want to have a quick conversation for me. Thank you. This book is written by Stephen M. R. Covey. Are you familiar with speed of trust, or have you seen it before? A little familiarity, some familiarity. I just want to run through this real quick because I think especially in this conversation we're having right now at the beginning of 2022, and with this kind of conversation, it's really important for us just to have a moment to talk about this, because what I love about trust is it's a speed multiplier, right? It allows us to move faster as an organization. If we have high trust with somebody, we don't have to gut check everything. We don't have to look over our shoulders, right? We know that we can move a heck of a lot faster, whereas if we have low trust with somebody, we've got to double check everything. We got to slow down how we work. So high trust organizations move a heck of a lot faster than low trust organizations. You can still get where you're looking to go. It's just going to be slower. One of the quotes that I absolutely love, by the way, Stephen R. Covey, his dad wrote 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Stephen M. R. Covey, the son, wrote Speed of Trust. What I find hilarious about that is that it's got to be the worst Thanksgiving table to be around at that time of year when these two get to talking. I can't even imagine that. But with this said, I love this quote right here, which is, we judge ourselves by our intent and others by their behavior. And if you think about that for a second, isn't that true a lot of the times? It's a little bit unfair though, isn't it? It's like we say to somebody, well, that wasn't my intent, right? But then somebody else says to us, well, that was my intent. You're like, well, look what you did. Right? So there's this sort of weird space in trust. And trust is a lot like other things, which is we have to have it in order to give it. And we've got to be able to do that. But what's really important is the trust is about being able to move forward and faster as a community. So while this is designed for businesses, it's especially true in local governments as well. And it's one of those great spaces that we can win in. For the first time in over 40 years, trust in local government actually increased at the beginning of the pandemic. Double-digit increases for the first time in nearly 4 decades. That's staggering. Now, what's exciting about that is that people looked to local governments to be the ones to help solve their problems. And that's the kind of thing we're looking to do here, right? Is to help make sure that we're building that trust so that we can move forward in that. Let's go to the next one. I'm just going to give a very brief overview, and then we're going to do an exercise. He talks about the 4 cores of credibility. These are the 4 things we have to do and we have to have in order to be credible with people that we talk to when it comes to trust. We have to have integrity. Are we congruent? Do we do one thing and say one thing, do something different? We're not congruent, right? So that's important, right? Intent, what's your agenda? It might be that we disagree with each other just because our intent is different. If one person's job and responsibility is fiscal conservatism and another person's is building the greatest parks aquatic center that's ever been, their intent may be different, so it might be difficult for those individuals to trust each other because their focuses are different. Doesn't mean they're bad people, just means their intent may be out of alignment, right? And that's part of what we try and do with the prioritization work, stuff we're doing today. Capabilities, are we relevant? I was working with an organization in Iowa, and their HR director required every email sent to them for approval for hiring new positions to be printed out. Then they would place it in an inbox. It would be signed by staff. He would have it scanned back in, and then you would get it weeks later. So it was 3 weeks of basically sending an email, having it printed, rescanned in and done. The comment was, I'm old school. No, actually what it is you're not relevant. You don't have relevant skills anymore. If you can't operate via a remote environment anymore, are you maybe not capable of doing what you need to do? So we've got to make sure that our capabilities are relevant, because that's part of building trust too, right? Just like we talked about with the tower, right? If we have those skill sets, we can trust that somebody is knowing what they're doing and producing good results, which is the 4th thing. If I'm not producing results, who cares? At the end of the day, right? We're here to do a job, and it's important that we produce those results. So these are the 4 cores of credibility. If we have those, we're off to the races here. I want to go ahead and hit one more. And then these are the 13 behaviors. I'm going to run through these quickly. What I'm going to ask us to do is another snowball fight. So for those of us online, we can't use the chat, but we can DM or message. So if you want to message IT, we can go ahead and get that into the mix as well, or message Sean or somebody in the room. But I'd love to hear your feedback on this. So what I'm going to ask is, which of these is the most important to you? And which of these is the most difficult for you? And I'll put this back up here in a second, but I just want to run through them so we have a little framework for this. So these are the 13 behaviors of trust, right? One of them is talk straight, being honest and telling the truth. This is the world as I see it, and laying it out there for you, right? Demonstrating respect, genuinely caring for others. It shouldn't have to be said, but it does have to be said, right? Demonstrating respect is an important part of it. Creating transparency, right? making sure that people have the ability to verify the results that you're stating without you being the only go-between. How can you point people to the information they're after to demonstrate that without you having to be the only source of truth, right? Righting the wrongs. This is a tough one for certain people sometimes to say, you know what? I messed up. I did it wrong. I'm sorry. I'd like to make amends and move forward with our relationship. And then we show loyalty, right? It's about speaking as if somebody else were present in the room. So would you say this in front of them as well? And if you would, that's showing loyalty. That's showing loyalty, right? Delivering results, establishing a track record of results. At the end of the day, if we don't have results, we're not doing it. You can do all the rest of this, but it doesn't matter if we're not generating results, right? Getting better, continuously improving and developing those feedback systems, right? We try something, we iterate, we get better. It's about progress over perfection. That's where we're aiming at, right? Confronting reality. What is the 800-pound gorilla in the room that we've got to talk about? Can we talk about it? Can we say what needs to be said? My hope is we get some of that opportunity today to talk about those things we need to, right? And then clarifying expectations. Sometimes we just don't understand where somebody else is coming from. It's incredibly important that we do. We can execute without that. Practicing accountability. How do you hold yourself accountable first? Start there. Listening first. Listen before you speak. The simple version of this is we have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Listen, because now we can understand where somebody else is coming from. Keeping commitments. Do exactly what you say you were going to do, especially when it comes to the public and building trust with the public. This is number one. You don't have to respond to the request within 72 hours in terms of solving the problem, but you better respond to the request and say, we understand what it is you're after. Those kinds of things create that accountability cadence that's so important and that commitment. And once we start to keep that, that's that rebuilding of trust and then extending trust. The funny part about trust is you have to give it in order to get it. And you have to do both. You have to give it and that's how we can get it. So these are the 13 different behaviors of trust. Any comments or questions on that before we do a snowball exercise? Questions, comments, thoughts on this?
Do you find that the way these are prioritized is different depending on the setting?
100% yes. Absolutely yes.
When I read through that list, I see different priorities in my personal life than I do in my municipal government life.
Fair enough. Do you mind if I ask which of those is kind of like saying to you, this is more important personally or professionally?
Right wrongs would be one of them, transparency, and then accountability. They all kind of vary on priorities based on where I am or what I'm doing at the time.
Yeah. Is that true for others as well, right? When you kind of look at this personal versus professional, it's like maybe in my professional area, I fall down a little more here. Maybe personally, I'm better at this kind of space. Getting a lot of head nods on that.
Actually, Nick, I was going to ask you in terms of this is Nathaniel. Are we looking at this in terms of our role as a council person, or are we looking at this I'm thinking about the 2 questions you're asking. You're asking, I think the second one was, which one is the hardest one for you to do yourself, right?
Yes.
So that would differ for me depending on the role that I'm playing. So are we looking at this from a council person's point of view?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In this case, let's do that just so that we're keeping the conversation relevant for this audience. But yeah, great comment. So let's get into it a little bit and we can talk about it on the other side of the snowball fight, okay? So what can we do to foster trust? Which of these is the most important to you? Okay, and which of these is the most difficult in your work environment to do consistently? Okay, that's all we're gonna do. Let's go ahead and write that down and click to the next one. Here are those, or we can click to the next one. It's actually got both the questions and these right here. So hopefully you can see this. And again, if you're online, please feel free to go ahead and DM IT or Sean or somebody in the room. Send a text, tweet it, Snapchat it. I don't know. Don't Snapchat it. That would be weird. I'm gonna give about 1 minute. When I hear that paper crumple up, that's when I know we're good to go. This is where the people who got hit with snowballs earlier are gonna exact their revenge, so. Always better the second toss around. Let's call it another 15 seconds.
Hey, Sean, I sent it to you via Teams.
Okay. We'll give it another second so that Sean can scribe those down.
And then doing cameras.
Okay, we got Tamara's in as well. Thanks, both of you, for participating in this.
Is there a way we can make sure that all council does this first?
Okay, I guess it would be council members throwing at each other.
Yes.
Yes.
I think so.
Okay, specific request to the room here, let's have the council members throw at each other so that we're making sure that we hear some of the council members and it's not getting mixed up in the rest of the conversation. Sean, are we good?
Yep.
Okay, we've got everybody in. So if we could have our council members throw at each other in the room and we'll have everybody else throw at each other. Okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1, snowball fight. Here we go.
Sorry, Chris.
We're gonna throw it again. Here we go. This is, we got great shuffling going on this time. This time we got good shuffles.
Yes, you're good. We got the.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we all have, we may have more than one per person in the room. Got a couple? Okay.
But they're council.
Okay, you got council members, Sean? Well, then I'm gonna call on you first to go ahead and do this. So Sean's gonna go ahead and read off. This is one of our council members' comments related to this. The question that we've got is, which of these is the most important behavior to you? Let's start with that question.
So this council member said the most important one is to talk straight, be honest, tell the truth. And the most difficult for them was number 13, extend trust.
So let's talk about that. Anybody here? So the first one was talk straight. That was our most important. Who here else has got that too? Talk straight is number 1 on their list. Okay, we got another in the room, 2 more in the room with that, 3 more in the room with that. Okay, 4 more. So it seems like we got a pretty good set of folks that talking straight. Is that a challenge for us sometimes to talk straight? Why is that a problem? Why can that be difficult?
You don't want to hurt other people's feelings.
Yes.
Right.
Deliver the message right so that it's heard.
So it's the balancing the line of I want to talk straight, but I also don't want to hurt your feelings, right? Which can cause somebody to disengage. That could be a real challenge for us. Great comment. And what was the most difficult one was extend trust. How about that? Extending trust. Is that a challenge for others in the room when it comes to this? Yep. Okay. Got a couple more online. Thank you, Cheryl.
I know, don't know who it is.
Yep. It's a tricky one though, right? Extending trust. The other one about extending trust that's a little different than a lot of these other behaviors is extending trust also centers around our personal experiences as well. If we've had personal experiences that have burned us when it comes to trust, it may be difficult for us to engage in extending trust in a work environment. So this is one of those areas where our personal space and our workspace can bleed over a lot into each other's territories here. What do we got over here? What about 1 and 2? What do you think?
Confront reality and listen first is number 2.
Okay, confronting reality again, right? So here we have this talk straight. Now we're talking confronting reality. Who's got that one? Confronting reality, 2, 3. Okay, so between talking straight and confronting reality, that's half the room. Are those two having the most important? So just so we know where we're coming from, out of our council members, talking straight and confronting reality seems to be one of those predominant thoughts coming through the team here. And what was the most difficult on that one?
Listen first.
Listening first. How about that one? Okay, raising our hands in the room. Why is that a challenge for us? Why is that a challenge for us?
Because you may have a point of view first and you feel invested in that or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, and the comment was, we may already have an opinion or thoughts about it. We've got an opinion that we're invested in. So it can be difficult for us to maybe stop that before, to listen before we start engaging. Yeah. I used to, so one of the things that I do, and I wasn't even aware of it, that I would do when I was done listening to somebody is I'd say, yep, yep. And that was my fast forward button. So feel free to use that against me today when you're done with what I'm saying. Just be like, yep, yep. But here's something you should never do. Don't do that. I found out, don't do that with your wife. So I would be like, yep, yep. And she'd be like, I know what that means. Don't do that with me. I'd be like, got you, got you. But it's those things that, sometimes you're busy too, right? And it's like, I don't have time to listen to all of this. Is anybody guilty of that? Where maybe you're just so busy. It's like, I got to get to the next thing. I have a sense of where you're going, maybe. Okay, Sean, admitting a challenge for you sometimes, yeah? But you got a lot on your plate, right? It's not coming from a bad place, right?
I hope not.
I mean, where is it coming from when you have that challenge?
Well, part of it is impatience. So
Impatience?
that's not a good thing, but
Okay.
prioritizing.
Yeah, got to get to what we got to get to, right?
Yep.
Yep. And we will move the conversation along. That's how we know that, right? Perfect. What did you have on yours?
The most important is demand respect, and the most difficult, get better.
Demand respect and to get better. How about demand respect is most important?
Is that supposed to be demonstrated?
Demonstrate respect, yes. Demonstrate respect also, okay. Right, it's a starting place for every conversation, right? It's where we've got to begin. And what was the second one? It was?
Get better.
Get better. How about that, taking the time to sharpen that saw and do better with that space?
Well, I think it's also about creating space to iterate and to say like, oh, it's not going to be perfect and it's okay if we don't get it right the first time, and we build in those systems, which I think can be challenging because the stakes are high.
Love that. Yeah, the stakes are high, right? And it's hard to embrace the mindset of progress over perfection when those stakes are so high for us. That's a great comment there. How about the folks online? Any comments related to this topic as you sort of hear these conversations in the room? What are your thoughts related to this?
Oh, Daniel's hands up.
Yeah, please. Somebody's hands up. I can't see the other way.
Oh,
So.
I had my hands up earlier to,
Yes.
I was just answering, yeah, like talk straight was number one for me in terms of behavior. So
Talk
we kind of
straight.
like alluded to the fact of it. Honestly, at least my takeaway on that is that you can't gain trust if you're not being honest. So to me, that seems to be the most important thing to me, is that I want people to know that, well, yeah, in the sense that what I say is my word in the sense, so.
To me,
Appreciate
all
it.
of the, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So in terms of the one that's most important, I kept going down the line and wanting to choose each one.
Mhm.
It seemed to me like number 7 was a little bit different. The others spoke to a specific deliverable or achievement, but I think, and we're all gonna land on different places on the scale in terms of how well we're doing any of those 12 at any given time based on circumstances. So I picked 7 as the most important because wherever we are today in this moment, in terms of talking straight and keeping commitments and all that stuff, I think if we focus on getting better, it's the best we can expect out of each other. Kind of meet people where they are, and at least if we know they're getting better, it's important.
Love that, Cheryl. It's a great comment, right? I mean, part of this is being able to invest in ourselves so that we can get better. That means we can do more effectively. And that's a hard commitment to make sometimes. I know a lot of folks struggle with that, especially right now, right? The ability to take time to invest in yourself, especially when so many of us have servant hearts, right? We want to give as much as we can, but sometimes we're not taking that time to invest in ourselves and making sure that we're doing that work too, which is important. Others online that want to comment on this? I'd like to ask our directors to read one, and then I'm going to come back up to our council members one more time. So any of our directors care to volunteer? They've got one here that they'd like to read. Thank you.
Is show loyalty as being the most important,
Show loyalty,
and then confront reality as the one most difficult.
confront reality. So again, confronting reality. It's one of those challenges. It's hard to talk about the thing that everybody kind of does or doesn't want to talk about. So it's a challenge. Yeah.
We had a council member too. The second one of mine was show loyalty also. So.
Okay.
I think that showing loyalty kind of leads to these others, the other 12.
So the comment here is that showing loyalty leads to these other ones. Comment a little more about that. How so?
I just think you're more apt to, create transparency, get better, confront reality with people that you trust and people that you're loyal to. And certainly that's going to lead to respect as well.
Absolutely. That one plays into a lot of these, right? You can't even have this conversation without respect too, right? Those are the sort of these fundamental places that you kind of have to operate from.
If you're not loyal to somebody, I don't see you keeping commitments or extending trust. So that's an important one.
For sure. Absolutely.
I think for council members, showing loyalty probably looks different than staff members because our loyalty really should be to our constituents and doing what is in their best interest rather than loyalty to staff or loyalty to each other.
So the comment here I love, which is to say that showing loyalty for us as council people is different than it is maybe from a staff perspective. Totally appropriate comment too, because Patrick Lencioni, if you're familiar with him, he's got a comment that he calls the Team One, and it's about who you identify your loyalties with, right? Do you identify your loyalties with the staff and the people that you manage, or do you identify your loyalties with the organization that you're responsible to manage? And that's what you're saying is my loyalty is to the community. Right now, your loyalty is in performing the work that hopefully achieves those results for the community. So we've got a tie in there. But my role as a council person is to represent that community. And that may mean that showing loyalty is different. I'm not being disloyal to the folks in the room. I'm showing a different kind of loyalty maybe. So loyalty can change depending on your role, where you are in the organization. What a great comment. Love that.
I think that hits on the difference in the sort of the trend we're seeing between the council responses and the staff responses. From council, you're hearing, confront reality, talk straight as the high priorities, and from staff, people who work 40 hours plus per week in the city system with each other, you're hearing, show loyalty and, demonstrate respect and these other sort of, I don't want to call them softer, but some of the softer sort of more relationship building aspects, as opposed to just things that are directly related to strategy and execution and direction.
Yep. Thoughts about that? I love that comment. Spot on, right? Part of this is, we are going to have a different framework for how this looks. I think one of the conversations, and the reason I wanted to introduce this, because again, for me, trust is that multiplier. It's going to allow staff to move a lot faster. It's going to allow you to move a lot faster, right? We want both of that. If we've got a high trust culture, we know we as staff know where you're coming from. We as council people know where staff's coming from. We're able to move a heck of a lot faster in that space because we're not having to look over your shoulder. But knowing where we're coming from, right? Now we know what our council people feel is the most important priorities in terms of communicating with them. We've heard that. And from staff, like you said, a slightly different perspective, but what's important to them too. And winning over the team who's doing the work can be about that. If showing loyalty is part of it, well, hey, but guess what? We're going to talk straight too. We're going to talk straight too, because that's our responsibility to the people that we represent. So it's just good to have this framework and have a conversation that you can have around this anytime you want to, using some common language. And I just wanted to introduce it as a concept to you. So maybe there's value in having this conversation some other point in time in the future. Maybe not. But I do know that this is one of those things that allows everybody to move a heck of a lot faster in business and in government. And I just wanted to introduce it as a concept because I think it's a lot of fun, especially for this kind of conversation. Please.
Just addressing loyalty again, I think it's important. And I feel loyalty toward council for sure, but I also feel loyalty towards staff. Staff is the professionals. That's where I feel we get that information. And I've seen other councils in other cities where it's them against us. And that becomes a problem, big problem. So the loyalty, and I certainly hear Rita's comments about loyalty to the citizens. That's kind of on the top. But I don't think there's any contradiction between loyalty to the citizens, to your council members, to staff, to other individuals, and to what you're trying to accomplish. So.
And I think that's the fun part, is if we're all in alignment together about what our priorities look like, we should be able to not have to choose between loyalty to one versus loyalty.
It's really got to be a team effort.
Yep. And as council members, your role to set that policy, to say, here's the North Star and the guidance that we're after with this. And then for our team to be able to go out in Inglewood and execute on those priorities that you're establishing as that council. We shouldn't see that kind of conflict. But to your point, I am the guy who goes to communities. I watch your council sessions before I go meet with the team. And I'm the one who reviews it. And to your point, I see a lot of adversarial relationships of us versus them. It is almost never productive for the community. I don't recall very much ever seeing it. But just so you know, I am the guy that's watching, and I'm super curious every time. I'm the guy who grabs popcorn and watches. And so it's just because it is so radically different everywhere you go, and understanding that really leads to a lot of very different understandings about where you're going to be able to get with a group of folks. And it seems like we've got a lot of at least alignment over what it is we think is important, which is meeting the residents' need and doing it in a way that the council helps provide that direction for. That's coming out of this conversation. I think that's good. Do you feel like the team, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot like this, do you feel like we've got some pretty decent alignment in terms of that though, between where the residents are versus our council members versus our team executing on that? Feel like we're okay there?
Well, I've been on council for a short time. Prior to being on council, I felt this council and staff was probably the most productive in the last 10 or 2 years that I've seen in a long time. And so my immediate answer would be yes, from that experience. But I feel like we'll get there for sure. I mean, if we're not there, we'll get there.
Appreciate that optimism. That's great. Feels like we're moving in the right direction and feels like we've got some of this going the right way. Yes.
The one thing that we haven't really talked about, and I think that, overrides everything is, especially from a staff perspective, is we're servants of the community. And so the community wants results. So our job is to deliver results for the council so that the council can go back to the community and see what's being accomplished based on our policy directions, our approach. And so I think where it sometimes will get hung up is when we as staff want to do something different because we have some other, we think it should be this way as opposed to the way the council or the community potentially wants it to go. And so I think it's making sure that we ultimately are here to deliver results for the community. I mean, that's our purpose. And so all these other things help to help that process of delivering results. But if we're talking about trust with the community, they want to see results for their what they pay.
Absolutely.
Can I make a comment to that?
Please.
I do want to say, of all the cities that I've worked for, this leadership team, and I think staff overall, is the most sensitive to what council wants in a city that I've ever worked for. Every city I work for, you have directors that have their own agenda and they are discongruent with council. I think this team, really tries to focus on what the community via council, really wants. And so I just want to thank the leadership team for that. And just, I think it's so important to keep that alignment. So I appreciate Peter's comment.
Love that. And thanks for that. I want to offer up one more shot for anybody online to make any comments, and then we're going to move on. Anybody online have any thoughts related to the conversation? Silence is ascension in my world, so we'll call that good. With that said, I love this conversation. I think it's important. And the thing that we can do as council members, having spent a lot of time in local government, is knowing what the priorities are so that we're clear about what those are and we can go execute on them, right? So from a staff perspective, that's what they got to know is what's most important to you. Now let's go get the work done. And that's what today's about. So I want to move on with that. And I want to say thank you for the team building exercise and work you did. I think we got a little bit of a break before we start at the next section here. So I want to go ahead and say we're 10 minutes till our next section. So take a 10-minute break, grab some coffee, grab some bagels, shake it off, and great morning. Thanks, everybody. Nice start. Appreciate it.
Once there's cold soft drinks and water in the little refrigerator.
You can take it off mine now.
Yes, yes, should be a right word. Yeah, I know, we got, I think everything's recyclable more, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a regular trash over
I do
there.
think that the rules can speak to it,
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, at least.
Good.
Hey guys, you guys are on mute.
In here, you all missed it. So what I'll say is, we're getting ready to kick off the next section, which involves some staff presentations. At the end of every single one, we're gonna do a check-in with a handful of questions. In this section, what we're looking for is not consensus, but informed consent. And there's a difference between the two. Consensus is agreement or accord. Very difficult to do on just about anything in this world anymore. Full agreement or accord out of everybody is difficult. What we're after is informed consent, which is no significant objection, right? So if we feel good about the direction that's going there, we don't have a real strong objection to it. Let's not do the process of wordsmithing everything, right? As we go through this progress over perfection. If we do have something that is like, hey, we need to get that in there, we need to talk about that, let's have that conversation. Again, my job today is to move it forward so that we're getting to our desired outcome today. So I just want you to know if I need to jump in, we will, but we also have sessions to be able to come back later if we need to with this, okay? So just putting it out there, staff presentations, I'll ask you questions at the end, and that's that. And without further ado.
Sorry, Christina.
Oh, maybe further ado.
Sorry. Just two quick things. One is I just wanted to quickly go over what we're about to do, and then one logistical note. So lunch will be a working lunch. So when this session is done in a little over an hour, we'll have 5 different types of sandwiches and wraps from Cafe 180. So it'll be in boxed lunches out there at about 11:45 when the session is done. So in terms of, thanks Nick for that kickoff. So in terms of what we're about to do, this is really meant to be kind of the transition point from the strategic plan we have been using to the modified strategic plan that we're proposing. As you know, in the summer of 2020, Council adopted a 3-year strategic plan. Since that time, every quarter, we've done a presentation to Council on our progress, which is also posted internally on the city's eHub, so staff can see, but also posted as a dashboard in PowerPoint form on our public-facing website so the community can see as well. In a week or so on February 7th, we'll be going before you with the final closeout report for Q4 of 2021. And so we're really proud that this year we had 200 projects. We completed 75 of them. Some of the 125 that were not completed are ongoing in nature, and those will be in your communication for the meeting on the 7th. And then you'll see that some of them have not been completed, and we're going to ask you whether you would like us to keep those in the plan going forward. At this point, different director groups will basically be sharing 2 things with you. One will be a look back and one will be a look forward. So look back is they'll be sharing some of the accomplishments in each of the areas with you. They are not all of the accomplishments. Your packet for the 7th will have all of them. And then they also will be proposing or showing you the proposals that you've seen before for new outcome statements for each area and then for the goals. And as Nick said, he will then come up and facilitate a discussion of about 5 or 6 minutes per, and we'll be taking notes on them. And then when we come back on February 14th, we'll be coming to Council again with an updated draft of the strategic plan that will include the priorities you'll be setting later today, feedback that you've already provided to us, feedback from the community, and the things that come out of the session today. So I'll turn it over to Christina. Just the first one, community well-being, is a little bit different because it is a new section. And so she's going to skip. There are a lot of great accomplishments that tie to it, but she's going to focus on the draft statements. And the other sections will include accomplishments and draft statements.
All right, do it from PowerPoint. Okay, like Tim said, community well-being is a new section to the strategic plan. And the statement is a city that provides opportunities for the enrichment, health, and happiness of the community. So again, parks, recreation, library, and golf wasn't truly always captured in the plan. And so this section has been added to help with that. The goals are, I'll just go through these and hopefully it comes up. The first goal is parks and recreation facilities. So promoting the maintenance, management, and innovative modifications to the city high quality parks and recreation facilities. And so like this year in 2022, we're going to be renovating 4 parks, Jason, Baker, Cushing, and Centennial. Last year, we renovated Romans Park. The next section is physical and mental health. So offering formal, informal, active, and passive opportunities for members of the community to focus on their physical and mental health. And so this year at the Malley Center, we're offering free passes to anyone 55 and plus in hopes to get people back out into our center, both centers they can use. And active again, COVID kind of put the brakes on that. People are a little hesitant to go out. So from a physical and mental health standpoint, that is our hope that that's what that pass will do. And there's many other things we're doing as well. The third one is homeless service and mitigation. So programs, initiatives, and coordination designed to help those experiencing homelessness while mitigating the impact of homelessness on the larger community. So partnerships with our local nonprofits like Movement 58, 5280, various workforce programs. Those are things we're looking at that we can implement in our parks department per se over this next year. But there's a lot that's going on. In our library, we offer Resource Connect, helping people find food, shelter, jobs, and so on. So there's the outline of parks and recreation facilities, physical and mental health, homeless services, and mitigation. Go to the next slide. Go ahead, Control.
Can you, is it clicking or
It works. Okay. All right. And so the last three goals are affordability, ensuring the affordability of Inglewood from the Parks, Recreation, Library standpoint, keeping our fees equitable so all can participate. Lifelong learning opportunities for all ages to improve knowledge, skills, understanding, and competencies. So like the Inglewood History Nook at the library it's currently being installed, and that's a place you can go and learn about Inglewood's history. And then the last one is placemaking, a collaborative approach to planning and designing and creative use of public spaces. So Swedish horses we installed last year as part of the Cultural Arts Commission. We're looking to do more projects related to placemaking this next year and the years following. So with that,
a couple of questions are going to come up as we go through all of these areas. And so just want to touch base. Does the outcome statement accurately define what success looks like? So that's one of the questions we're going to ask every time. Are there any goals that are missing or do not meet council objectives? And are there any goals that are misplaced or need to be maybe moved into another area? So as we listen to these goals, is there anything that falls in that first column? Does the outcome statement accurately define success? Maybe we could put that back right there. A city that provides opportunities for the enrichment, health, and happiness of the community. So again, talking about this consent concept, how do we feel about this? Are we feeling like we're maybe on the right track? Okay, I'm getting yeses. I'm getting the head nods, and I will take that as yeses, okay? So second question, are there any goals that are missing or do not meet council objectives? Is there anything that we don't have in there or anything that isn't hitting the target that we're after?
I have a question on this.
Yes.
This is time to weigh in.
Please, please.
I brought this up before, but where are events, city events in this? Is it under placemaking?
I think it would be probably under.
Tim, did you hear the question?
Yeah, so certainly they could be under placemaking. I think we also, when we get to the neighborhood section, I think there'll be part of the discussion that was in the notes is whether do we want to modify that section to include more neighborhoods, but also kind of the community itself. And so I think if that does happen, then events could naturally be there as well.
Yeah, 'cause I think that this was an update from the first version that we saw adding the placemaking here, which I think is great, is my understanding. But that is just a question that I want to raise as we go through this, is we continually hear as members of council, the number one thing people love about Inglewood is it feels like a small town, it feels connected, they have a strong sense of place. And I just want to make sure that as we go through these, that is clearly and strongly represented somewhere. And I think events are part of that, placemaking is part of that. And so if it goes here, that's great. I just want to make sure we don't lose that. Sure.
I have another question on the goal affordability. I think it's on the next slide. You talked about, making sure the city's affordable from, accessing services, that kind of thing. Is this where we're putting affordable housing or, I know maybe have that in another section too, but is that?
Right now, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Tim, were the projects weren't in the council packet, were they?
No.
Okay, so, but we are carrying forward, most of the projects that are in your current strategic plan. Affordable housing, wasn't really a well-defined, didn't have projects. So it definitely will go in this section though.
So is that something we're gonna flesh out at some point?
Yes, so what we're doing.
Projects under affordable housing?
Yes, so when you see for February 14th for your study session, you're gonna see the completely built out draft strategic plan, and we'll have all the projects.
Great, thank you.
So, sorry, can I ask one more question on that
Sure.
before we move on? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I already asked the question. Go ahead. I was just saying on affordability, I know that we're also using metrics in the local economy section. We're talking about how we're doing, like how we're tracking how we're doing. And I just want to make sure, like, if it's all going to move to a different section, are those metrics of how we're tracking also going to move so that we have a more holistic view? It feels a little spread out right now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so one of the things that we want to kind of beef up is, thanks to Member Anderson's great suggestion, we did add kind of a table in the back, basically shows how different goals track to different areas of the plan. So regardless of if something kind of lives in one area, we'll make sure that it basically cross references.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Rita.
So my question is about, in the affordability is also sustainability. I mean, how many things can we actually provide, and can we afford to do that in our budget without, because I think there's gonna be times in a lot of these things that we have put in here, can we really afford to do that? Without raising rates or fees and taxes and things like that. I like the fact that you put keeping fees equitable. But I think with the current inflation rate and all of that, we have a senior population that was already struggling before all this came into being. And I think it's going to impact city services also. So keeping sustainability in mind, are we planning to do that?
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Please.
So Rita, and you're talking about just the scope of the number of projects in terms of can taxes support all of these activities?
No.
Okay.
Can we fund what we're doing from the general fund without increasing taxes and fees? And I know this is just one portion of the general fund, but I think that's something we need to keep in mind in every section.
Yeah, I might use the word stability as opposed to sustainability myself. Managing the pace of change, I think, is one of the challenges that we've had in the community when people see things drastically changing all at once after so many years of no change. It can be a shock to the system. So I don't know if there's a place where that fits in, but that is one thing I think is worth talking about, similar to what Rita's concern was with sustainability, stability. The Inglewood that people have always known and loved is changing, and how do we make those changes without causing too much shock to the community?
Great comments.
I think there's, under community well-being, we've had a lot of programs, and I think Inglewood has historically had a long culture of really engaged volunteerism from the community, which has really helped, I would say, keep costs down and stuff. And, a good example of that would be what happens on for the 4th of July. And Tony Arnold used to have all kinds of volunteers down at the parks. And, the Parks and Recreation, some of the programs there, Holiday Express, all kinds of volunteers. And that helps keep a lot of those numbers down. And I think that's part of the culture historically of Inglewood being that blue collar, working class type community, which obviously is going through changes now. So I think, I'm just saying, I think if we're calling on that more for those volunteers and asking them, being upfront about it, I think the community comes forward.
Right, the word that comes to mind for me on that is engagement. There's not really, when I look at these goals, I don't see that level of community engagement on there. So maybe in lifelong learning, I know that's kind of what we're trying to capture there, but maybe lifelong learning and engagement or something similar, or engagement as a separate, providing opportunities for volunteering and things like that.
Or no, maybe it's another community engagement.
Yeah.
As a bullet point.
And another thing that I would like to bring up is under homeless services and mitigation. And partnerships with the nonprofits is great. We need that help. But homelessness is one of the major concerns in this community because of the parks, because of the library, and because of the alleys, the neighborhoods even. I've talked to people that are sorry that they have an alley. So I think it's not just the nonprofits. I think code enforcement and the police department have to step up to the plate as well, not just sending nonprofits or social workers in there. So I think that's something that needs to be addressed.
Okay. So Sean, I just want to address for a second here. We feel like we're getting good guidance and the kind of guidance we're looking for on this.
Yeah, perfect.
Great. Thank you for the feedback. I want to double check with our folks online too. Make sure that our council members online have the chance to weigh in. Thoughts from our folks on? Yes.
I was just going to jump in just real quick. So Sean, Tim, I'm not sure under that the next slide regarding just what our goal is for, or metrics or goals for the art. Would that fall under this, or would that be under a different section?
We put art and public art and placemaking under this section, so it definitely will be here. Yes.
Okay.
And so I just seeing the overall goal, but there are lots of projects under that, right?
Right, and I think, and I'll just let council know, like one of the things that I've talked to Sean about in terms of the arts is where is it that we're trying to go with public art within the city? I know that we're doing everything with the Cultural Arts Commission, but do we really have a goal that we're looking to achieve as a city towards that? One of the ideas that I had for Sean was that I would love to be able to kind of like have a map where we could kind of hit like points of reference for specific art in the city, where I could like bike somewhere with my son and that type of thing. We don't really have that. I think that that's something that we could look to do at some point, but as of right now, I just don't really have like an idea of what that would look like, but just one idea that I had in terms of what I like to achieve with the arts in a sense.
And I think that echoes, Chelsea, you've made similar comments about public art, beautification that we were planning on putting here. I think we added.
Yeah, I can state it. I do think that we still need a kind of a structural change to this that I would like to see, where citizen and community engagement, placemaking, neighborhoods, public art, city events is all under like community. Like the connectivity of this city and the neighborhoods is part of that. I think I still see as missing in this plan. So I'm excited to have a conversation today about that.
So it sounds like we're in a position. Go ahead. Yes.
I have a comment.
Yes, please.
I feel like the first descriptive under the affordability bullet. Oh, nope, where we were. Yeah. It seems unrealistic that we think that with challenges of affordable housing, we think we're gonna make sure that it's affordable here. Like, it seems a little out of reach. I'm wondering if we should rescope what that means and what we're actually going for as a goal. I mean, I don't think out of thin air, these 7 people and these amazing staff we have and leaders are just gonna make sure Engel is affordable all of a sudden. Yep, it's affordable, we've done it. The rest of the country is struggling, but we've done, like, what are we doing?
That same thought crossed my mind. I think some of the programs that we've talked about, the city events and other things that are free or low cost use of the rec center also fit under that affordability umbrella, which is why I'm comfortable leaving it there. But there might be room for some clarification about separation between housing and usability of the city overall.
Thank you, Steve. So yeah, I'm with you. It's not that I don't want it there. I think it's framed in a way that seems unrealistic, and I can't commit to a goal like that. I don't even know where to start to even make that thing happen. So what does
Well,
that mean?
for what it's worth, I have lots of ideas on things we could do to make, make housing more affordable, especially as we're doing the rewrite Title 16. So I don't think, yes, it's a challenging obstacle. Are we going to solve it this year or next year? No, but is it a priority that a city council and a city should take on? Absolutely.
And I think we've had a lot of feedback from our citizens. They really want us to do something on it.
So
Do you
maybe
understand, you guys, you understand that I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it? I think you're missing the point completely.
yeah, I think if we maybe wordsmith that and staff can do that and bring it back to you, but ensure feels too strong to you, right, Cheryl? Ensure affordability, but maybe like promote or
That's all I'm saying.
encourage.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying not to do it, people.
Perfect.
Just helping to put it in a context where we can actually take action on it. Right?
Well,
Yeah.
something I think we can do is certainly in Title 16, in new development for the future, is start looking at affordability, a certain percentage of affordability in new multifamily developments. A lot of cities are doing that, have been doing that.
So in terms of bringing this conversation together, I just want to say some things that I'm hearing. Feel free to push back if I'm incorrect on this. It sounds like maybe the statement itself, we don't have necessarily an objection to. But some of the items that are goals underneath it need some wordsmithing or potentially some additions in order for us to accurately capture the things we're trying to focus on. Does that feel fair? Because we talked about affordability being under here, we might need to address what does that look like and where can we take action? Does it feel fair that the group would come back with maybe some revised goals under here based on the feedback from you all today? And we're saying okay to this statement for now. Does that feel okay? Silence is ascension to me, so I'm just gonna say that so far I hear no significant objections.
Yeah, thumbs up on the screen.
And thumbs up on the screen. Well, that is a winner, y'all. I can go with that. So with that said, just in terms of our team here, staff perspective, we have some changes that we need to make or some adjustments to the goals, which we will bring back. But we're feeling okay with the statement. At least we can move forward on that front. Yeah? Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Next up. Who's up next?
Sean Lacey online.
Okay, all right. Oh, we're doing a hybrid presentation. This is, I've never been watching one from this side of the seat before, so I'm excited.
All right, thank you, everyone. I'm Sean Weisky from Human Resources, and I'm going to start the conversation on the outcome area of governance. We had a lot of achievements this year, so I'm going to be going through it as quickly as possible. So our first goal on mission, we established and we report on at least 5 metrics per department that was established in quarter. We created a process to engage employees in revisiting and revising the city's mission, vision, and value statements. That's currently ongoing. We've had quite a few focus groups on that, and we've gathered a lot of great data. Policies and procedures, our next goal. We've engaged frontline staff in process improvement through the Denver Peak Academy. We've had almost 50 staff members attend that program. Next slide, please. Employee engagement, we've done a lot of work around this area. We've created a contact list on the intranet site, the eHub, so that employees can easily identify other staff members and communicate. We've added services that are provided by the Internal Services Department to the intranet as well to help those operating departments execute their mission and their goals. Developed a list of local daycare facilities for staff members so that they can identify those daycare facilities that will help them throughout the day. We've outlined ways for part-time employees to provide more opportunities to be engaged with the rest of the workforce. We ensured that this past year, annual pay adjustments were the same for all employees, whether part-time or full-time, which has not always been the case in the past in the city. So making sure that we've engaged all staff members in those raises. We started conducting exit interviews so that we can gain data on the reason that people may be leaving the city, and we can respond to that and hopefully retain more staff members so that the Great Resignation does not continue to impact our staffing levels. We've established annual employee satisfaction survey, and we survey employees about how they would like to be recognized as well.
We are taking a teamwork approach to governance. So then I will take over from here. Thanks, Sean. Additional achievements in 2021 for governance include internal communication. We created a process to engage employees in revising the city's mission, vision, and value statements. Implemented an annual report, State of the City, and among other things, created FAQs for employees, have routine emails with bios and pictures of new staff members so we all know who is coming in and we can welcome them. We've established an annual holiday decorating contest. Although the city attorney's office did not participate this year, we will rectify that next year. And we also developed thank you cards to allow employees to recognize their peers. Those are available all over Civic Center. So while you're making copies, for example, you can grab a thank you card and let someone know that you're thankful for what they've done. For staff training and development, we've engaged frontline staff in process improvement. We've established a supervisory training program. Next slide, please. For tools and technology, we've created a user-friendly intranet, and we're continuing to update and improve that even now. For Pride in Place, we've updated a security audit of the Civic Center and developed an interdepartmental security team, which is a working group still working today. For community engagement, we've developed the City of Inglewood Community Engagement Plan. And diversity and inclusion, we joined the Government Alliance on Race and Equity and created an employee diversity and inclusion themed book club. Next slide.
So as you can see, there was a lot of accomplishments for governance. And so the draft statement for governance and moving forward is a city government that embraces change and is accountable, effective, and efficient. So part of the goals is one mission, just clear and integrated organizational mission and goals, policies and procedures, updated, accessible, usable policies and procedures. Employee engagement, develop and sustain programs to engage employees. Internal communications, strong, frequent, meaningful communications with staff. And staff training and development. So just continuing that growth. Varied and sustainable approaches to finances and revenues. Certainly want to get creative about that. Tools and technology, updated, innovative, and accessible tools and technology. Pride in Place, so vibrant, engaged, connected places. Community engagement, effective community engagement to increase that trust, service delivery, and organizational bandwidth. Diversity and inclusion, we want to continue that and integrate diversity and inclusion concepts, and then meaningful recognition of employees, so employee recognition.
So with that said, same set of questions. Just walking through here real quick. Does the outcome statement accurately define success? Maybe we'll go back to that statement for a second. There we go. So our statement is a city government that embraces change and is accountable, effective, and efficient. How are we feeling about that one?
I have some concern about the embraces change phrasing.
Okay.
Maybe, changes when needed or something like that, but this idea of constant change for the sake of change is what comes across there to me when I read it. So I'm wondering if there's another way that we could word it that would not capture that idea.
Okay, so not change for change's sake is the point. It's more of our ability to adapt when change requires us to.
I mean, adaptable, flexible, some similar term that captures the idea, but doesn't just kind of imply that we're changing willy-nilly.
Okay, how are we feeling about that edit? Does that feel okay? Maybe we could just change that, wordsmith it a little bit so that we're getting at the intent of that statement, which is more of the ability to embrace change when we need to, as opposed to change for change's sake.
Exactly.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Online, are we feeling okay about that?
Yeah, that's a great suggestion, Steve.
Okay.
I
Sean,
would, along those lines, the statement, the fact that it puts, even if you change the wording, it puts change or adaptability first. And I really think, effectiveness and efficiency are really, what you want most is city government is to accomplish the purposes for which it exists. And often that does include, being able to adapt to changing circumstances, but I would want to wordsmith it perhaps to prioritize the effectiveness of the city government.
In other words, just change the order of the.
Yeah.
Yep. So just adjusting the order of the words maybe in terms of priority order versus.
Yeah.
Okay, yep,
I
absolutely.
agree with that, and make sure that accountable, because we need a city government that's accountable, effective, and efficient first. So I agree with changing the order.
Okay. We're feeling okay about changing the order online as well, yeah? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're good with that.
It's so weird to look over your shoulder to have a conversation with someone. I'm just, please, go ahead. Mayor, looks like you've got something you want to say.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, I'm okay with the changes.
Does Sean have something?
Yep. Joe, are you okay too?
Yes.
Okay, so with that said, we've got an adjustment to that right there. We're gonna make some changes in terms of the order of the wording on that in particular. In terms of the other areas of the plan itself that we're talking about here, again, when we go through this, anything in terms of the governance goals underneath there that gave you a moment for pause. I felt like that was mostly innocuous for the most part in terms of that. Again, things underneath those governance goals might need to be defined better, or there might need to be some additional discussion. Did anybody have any objection to anything that was listed under the governance goals?
Can you go to those? I think we're on the wrong slide.
Oh, sorry, I tried to advance it to get us ready, but.
So we had, right, policies and procedures, the one mission, right, employee engagement, internal communications, staff training and development. Feeling okay?
Is the next page part of those as well?
It is, these next ones, right, governance.
So I have to admit, I don't understand what varied and sustainable approaches to revenue means. That,
okay,
it just doesn't, I don't know, it's not direct enough for me. I can take a few guesses at what it's supposed to mean, but I don't know what it means just by reading it.
Okay, so we need a little more definition around maybe what that looks like.
Yeah.
Is that, how do we feel about that as other, could we use a little more?
Well, could we just have the city manager weigh in on what does that actually mean?
Yeah, so we're talking variable and sustainable approaches to revenue. What does that mean?
Yeah, so essentially it means ensuring that we have enough revenue to carry out the goals of the city, but also be flexible in our approaches, given the impact of COVID and given changing revenue sources.
Like the CARES and the ARP funds and the IIJA and all that.
So that was a lot of words, but it definitely makes more sense than what's up there now to me.
Okay.
So something more direct like that would.
So like varied and sustainable revenue sources. Instead of approaches to revenue, is that the?
I mean, that risks, I don't know, something like capturing revenue from different sources or something along those lines. I mean, what I don't want to send is the message that we're just going to increase taxes as needed, which is one of the things that people think of when they think varied and sustainable approaches to revenue. But, we've done great at getting grants. We've put federal money to use. So having fleshed it out a little bit, I have a better understanding, but I just don't know that your average citizen reading this plan would understand what that means. And they probably have the same reaction I just did, which is, it's like 6 words, but it's hard to capture a meaning from them.
Okay, so we can maybe take some time to maybe expand. We're good on that, Tim. We're gonna add a couple. Yep, okay. I think we can add maybe alter some phrasing around this a little bit and help present and repropose maybe what that objective looks like so that it's more in alignment with what you're describing. So it doesn't maybe have misinterpretation on the front end.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
Okay. That's fair. I'm not hearing any other significant objections. What do we have? Pride in place, community engagement, diversity, inclusion, employee recognition. Yes. I'm here online.
Thanks. I do want to say that I think that our leadership team has done a really tremendous job with this organizational development and the governance pieces over the last 2 years. I mean, really, I'm really pleased with it. One piece that's kind of subtle, but I think very, very impactful to our public, is maybe a unification, something about unifying. And I don't necessarily want to say it needs to go in here but we're saying all of these things about what governance is, we're proposing as these goals. And I don't always feel there's like a feeling of unity. I'm saying always. I just see a little bit of room to maybe grow easily, to make a bigger impact. Do you know what I'm saying, Sean? I could have mentioned this to you earlier.
You mean in terms of the unity of staff or unity between council and staff?
Of the administrative team, yeah.
Okay.
I kind of saw that in the one mission goal. Cheryl, do you see that in the one mission goal?
Can we go, is it the others? Here we go.
Clear and integrated organizational mission and goals.
Right. Very good, Steve, because I read this and I said to myself, okay, that's the statement where maybe I should feel that, but integrated, I don't know. Yeah, I believe, I agree with you. That should connote that, but I don't know. I feel like you can accomplish that bullet point without really having a completely, maybe it's a message of the unification, maybe it exists and I don't always see that coming through. Maybe that's more what I'm saying as opposed to that it doesn't exist.
That makes sense. I think, talking about clear and shared organizational mission and goals, and, if we can wordsmith that and work that in.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for listening through my thought. Yeah, I think the team is doing it, but it's not always so evident as it should be, right?
Perfect.
It's a little bit nitpicky, but it's a teeny example. Very, very peripheral, actually. But when we go to the director pages for each of our departments, do we see unification in the message and in the feel that we get? Maybe there's a lovely picture of our city attorney and there's a welcoming, photo of her and accessible, seemingly welcoming, open accessibility to her team for whatever reason. There's just not that feeling across every department, showing we all feel that we should be XYZ for our citizens because, you know what I mean? I don't feel that, and it's one tiny thing. But I feel like there are disparate messages being given out about how we go about our business, just in the way we portray ourselves in our department head websites, for example.
I think that captures something that Rita alluded to earlier, which is the ultimate goal being service to the community. Delivering what we're here to accomplish.
Absolutely, Steve. That's absolutely correlated there. Mm-hmm.
We're getting some head nods in the room too related to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And another thing that the community engagement piece, effective community engagement to increase trust, service delivery, and organizational bandwidth. I actually believe that is a great goal. The one thing that I did get a call, and I've gotten several calls about the utility bills not showing up till 2 days ago and they're due February 1st. And so, that is just part of how everything plays out together to increase their trust. We want them to pay their bill by February 1st. We should be getting the bill out right after January 1st.
Right, so we're into a service delivery, and of course that continuity of message that we deliver as we engage in our professional services. And that's maybe something that we can include a little bit more of, is that discussion around that unity related to this. So it sounds like we've got maybe two things here that we can go ahead and focus on a little bit more in terms of these goal areas. It doesn't sound like we have significant objection, again, to maybe the statement, except for the ordering of it. We could reorder some of the statements so that it makes more sense. Are we feeling okay about that?
Yeah.
Yes, Nick, keep going. Oh, sweet. Vera, did you have something?
I was going to say, so just under staff training and development, I'm assuming that career advancement is also part of that. Tim, Sean, do you want to weigh in on that? Or Sean?
I absolutely think so, but if that's something that, council thinks is important enough, we can, add that into the language here.
So
Well, I think it kind of goes hand in hand with employee engagement. So if people feel that they're stagnant in their career, I don't think that they're going to be as engaged. So if they want to advance, I would like to see that opportunity.
Okay. Great, so maybe some additions to that element as well, and we can bring that back, right? Great, please.
I have one thing on this.
Yes.
I just wonder, looking at this, and the mayor's comment brings this to mind. When something about recruitment, like making this a desirable place to work, I feel like we have so many open positions, we're facing a lot of challenges there, and I wonder if there's something there, I don't know.
No. Yeah, absolutely. You're speaking Sean Weiske's language here, our HR director. So, yep, we'll add that.
Sean, you got that? Yeah, okay. Smile on screen, great call. With that said, in the no significant objection space, we are moving right along. Okay, next up.
All right, we'll transition and talk about infrastructure. So infrastructure represents a huge investment in terms of the city's, not only their funds, but our resources. Just think about all the departments that touch infrastructure, not just typically utilities and public works, but SPR, IT, and the fiber network, and parks as well, and all of our parks and recreation facilities. But also we have to think about our private partners. So electric, gas, cable. And ultimately, it's all about how we deliver those services and allow people and support people to live, work, and play within the community. So as we talked here about some of our achievements, that first one is really about that. Last Monday night, we talked about right away with council a little bit. And thinking of that as an asset and what we have to manage within that right away window, again, to deliver sewer, water, all of those private entities like gas and electric, and how we do that in an efficient and effective way. So we started last year with the pavement management program, thinking not just about the surface, but again, how we manage that whole element. And then ultimately asset management, which continues to be a big focus in terms of what do we own? How do we, what's its current condition? How many of those do we happen to have? And then going about a plan to maintain and replace those going into the future. And ultimately flood control, which has been a huge part of our past for the last couple of years, a huge focus, and will continue to be so in the next couple of years.
Okay, next slide. Or do I have to? All right. Okay. So the statement around infrastructure is a city that wisely invests in, maintains, and protects its infrastructure. And you can see the goals there. There's flood mitigation, which is implementing planning processes and projects to reduce the risk of flooding in the city. Sewer infrastructure, ensure protection of the city's sewer infrastructure. Transportation infrastructure, invest in protecting transportation infrastructure in an innovative, sustainable, and cost-effective manner. Sustainability infrastructure funding, comprehensive and long-term funding structures to support investment in infrastructure. Asset management, develop and implement processes and plans to strategically track and maintain assets. Multimodal transportation, ensure access and increased opportunities for multimodal transportation. And transportation safety, ensure the safety of all while traveling through Englewood. The one I wanted to go back to was touch on a little bit was sustainable infrastructure funding. I think we're in a unique period right now because of the infrastructure bill that has come through the federal government. And so this is one of those instances where we have the rates and fees and taxes that support infrastructure from a local level as it relates to Englewood citizens and utility bills and taxes. We have this opportunity right now with the infrastructure bill that has created a lot of opportunity for significant infrastructure investing that has become somewhat of a priority in the last 12 months as it has become more available. And I think it's a way that we can, when you think about funding infrastructure, a lot of the reason why we look at longer term low interest debt and things like that is because that infrastructure lasts for 50 and 60 and 70 years. And so instead of putting the entire burden of cost of building that infrastructure on today's citizens, what that long-term low interest loan is, it spreads that burden out over to future citizens
who are still utilizing the benefit of that infrastructure investment. That's the thing with long-term infrastructure investment. That really speaks to why a blend of cash and low interest loans. And in this instance, this opportunity for federal grants is really going to allow us the ability to make these investments. So I think that's it.
You crushed it. That was great. And the money right now is the money right now. It's more than ever has been available for this, and the infrastructure is certainly an allowable use in so many different ways. So the preparedness for that is huge. When it comes to this, the question was, does the outcome statement accurately define success for us? A city that wisely invests in, maintains, and protects its infrastructure. Do we have any objections to that phrasing?
Can you explain the use of the word protect?
I think so. To me, what protect is you have physical security. So if you think about the plants and things like that, so we have security systems that right now could be we have plans to invest a lot more into the protection of those assets as it relates to bad actors, things like that, whether it's cybersecurity or it's physical security. I think you also have as infrastructure is put into the ground, if you think of something, that's along the South Platte River, protecting pipes, critical infrastructure pipe pieces may involve another project that also that armors a reach of the river or something like that. And so it's not just about putting it in the ground, but it's making sure as it's in the ground or as it's constructed, that there is some kind of protection around it as well. Does that help?
Yeah, I was curious about the purpose of that and how it differentiates from maintained. So I think some of that could be seen as the same. The only thing that I maybe would want to see here, and I know this is maybe a bold point, but to improve the infrastructure, like invest, I think is maybe a little bit implied, but this could just be seen as like maintaining it at its current state. And I think that there's opportunity for improvement here.
I would definitely agree with that.
So improves part of the addition to the language. Are we feeling okay about that as a comment? Should we add in improve so that we're not just talking about invest?
I agree with it.
We got an agreement online?
I would like to agree with that and ask a question, try and see if this fits in also. I know there's a big opportunity right now on lead pipes with the infrastructure bills, and I don't personally know how much lead pipe we have, how much the city has in the streets as far as mains, or not mains, but lines that we are responsible for, and how much residents has the old piping, old lead. And with this opportunity right now, with some of this funding, I mean, there's some big grants and stuff that I would hope we're jumping on as much as we can. Can we call that out as part of that?
So quick answer on that is we estimate the upper limit of what we potentially have in terms of a cost is about $80 million related to lead service pipes. That's based on Denver Water's current rate of replacing lead service pipes and the cost per pipe. We are accessing through WIFIA, the Water Infrastructure and Financing Innovation Act, which we'll be bringing to council in March for closing on that, a significant amount of funds to support that. We are also accessing through the infrastructure bill. We've proposed in the infrastructure bill, $70 million for lead service pipe replacement. So it is something that we're using those two federal programs to try and reinforce and bring in the funding needed to do that work.
Okay, and is that part of the stuff that helps, funds that help the residents replace their service lines?
Yeah, that's the service line. That's what all that funding is for. And so the policy discussion is how much of that is city responsibility, how much of that would be resident responsibility. What we're trying to do is access as much grant money and low interest loan money to be able to minimize the amount of responsibility for the homeowner.
Great, thank you. That gets my question.
And I think the work on the asset management side of the equation has been huge because you're gonna have to have it in order to be able to go after these funds, any competitive grants. Cartograph, right? The work that you're doing and the tracking of your assets there is gonna be huge for being able to go after this money. So it's a great conversation. I'm not hearing other significant, yes, please, other comments.
I think Jim brings up a good point, and I know that we have water protection of our water resources under sustainability, but specifically improving our water and water infrastructure. Where does that live in this plan, and should it be living here?
Talked to Sean about this before we got on board. I think when these were originally developed a couple of years ago, water wasn't necessarily as in the forefront at that point in time. So I think your point of should water be a more focused bullet in here is something that I think in the draft plan, some of the draft revisions or updates does incorporate a more focus on water, specifically taste, odor, and hardness, which is one of the main things that we've been talking about that's evolved over the last 12 to 18 months.
And that is a project under this goal, the taste water. So you've got that as a project, but yeah.
Under which goal?
Under this one, infrastructure and transportation. Which of these goals?
I think it's such a high issue for the community, and we're spending so much time and money on it, it should have its own.
So let's pull it out as a goal because we're talking about it like that. It needs to be, and I think that's a fair, we've had a lot of conversation about that. We do need to move on. But I do want to go ahead and say that we've got good conversation about this. Let's add water as a specifically called out item to this list so that we're making sure we can address it. Separately in this space too.
Level question.
Please.
Goals in general. I don't see anything in here, any of the goals about walkability. We've talked about walkability a lot, and I know there's projects in relation to that.
Walking wheel plan?
Yeah, we have the walking wheel plan, but it doesn't seem to come into any of these goals specifically. It might.
I think it's somewhat included in placemaking, but also the concept of multimodal is meant to include walkability, but if you wanted to.
Okay, yeah, okay.
But we could, if you want a separate goal on walkability or.
No, actually, I just totally missed the multimodal. I searched for walkable in the document, I didn't find it, so but multimodal is another word for that, so that's.
Part of this came, we combined infrastructure and transportation. So we had two separate strategic outcomes and we combined them into one. So there are, kind of.
And that's another one that I
here.
think plays into community well-being as well, is maybe you have that in the cross references, walkability. Yeah.
Great.
Actually, I have a quick question.
Yes.
So regarding clean energy or just charging stations, would that fall under sustainable infrastructure?
That's under sustainability, which is the new, a new section.
Okay, perfect. And Sean, I'll leave it to you since you're the master at the English language, but do we need the word in after invest? That's my only comment. I think it's.
Well, we're gonna modify this per Chelsea and the council, we could have maintained.
No, it's the goals.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we can
Superfluous.
work on that.
The word in is out. Right? Sure. Okay, well, we're gonna deal with that one later and we're gonna go ahead and get the next group up here. In the interest of moving things along, it sounds like we've got maybe just a little wordsmithing to do on this and some modifications to goals again. All right. Excellent.
Good morning, please. I'm a group of one.
It's nice to have both of you, Brad.
So I'll talk a little bit about the local economy, and we'll start off with the achievements from 2021. Obviously, one of the big goals that was achieved in the community over the course of the last year and a half has been the establishment of the Englewood Downtown Development Authority, which is fully operational now. They're already starting to make some improvements and some activities in the downtown area. And actually, over the course of the next several weeks, the DDA will be approaching you on several financial related issues related to budgets, funds, and the tax increment financing future. So they're up and running. I'm sorry?
A little louder.
Oh, I'm sorry. We also provided the updated community profile to not only the commercial brokers as it's listed in the Coles, but also to the wider community. These are widely available around the community. They're also in the websites and everything else, which is related to the next goal, which was through the great partnership that we had with communications. We established Englewood Invests, which is our business web portal on the website. All of our programs, our entire program is in this accessible format now, which we're really, really proud of. Continuing on, our online permitting system for building review, development review, building inspection processes that went online in August of last year. So that's up and going as well. We initiated in-person customer feedback sessions with some of our economic development clients. We also did that with our partners as well. So we did that in March of last year. We try to do that through all three of our key programs in our department: economic development, planning, and building. We try to do in-person reviews at least once a year. So we continue that on an annual basis. We were obviously initiating first phase of City Center. You all can appreciate it's an enormously complex project. We're working through several partners that have their own individual goals around the redevelopment of City Center. So we're continuing that as we speak. And then we created, related to the redevelopment of City Center, we created the MUB1 zone district, which encompasses the entirety of the downtown area from the station to east of Broadway, to facilitate not only City Center redevelopment, but have the continuity and have it be really functioning as a downtown district. We implemented our training programs with our partners, particularly the Small Business Development Center. Unfortunately, a lot of that has been shifted online throughout COVID. We're really hoping to get more and more people in rooms around that, because it's far more effective if our small business folks are meeting others and creating those connections. So we're doing that as well. We also reinstituted the quarterly meetings with the two hospitals in the second quarter of last year. In terms of the statement around the economy, is a city that supports, retains, and attracts a diverse local economy. And as far as the goals are concerned, the business retention and downtown vibrancy and the business climate, one of the things that we're going to be kicking off in the next month or so is our economic development strategic plan, which is going to combine actually all of these goals and looking at best practices elsewhere. What have we been doing the last 5 years in terms of the focus of our existing program? And where should we go in terms of goals for the next couple of years, and reaching out maybe in terms of 10 years down the horizon of how we're doing our economic development program. As you all know, it's completely geared to supporting our small and entrepreneurial scale economy and business sector in this community as it stands now. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nick for the discussion and questions.
I think a great job. And I think those are some very focused targets. And it sounds like we got more information coming on these as well soon. So in terms of the statement itself, a city that supports, retains, and attracts a diverse local economy. Any objections to that? Any significant objections to that? Are we feeling okay about that?
The one thing that I don't think is super clear is the entrepreneurial side of it. I mean, supporting our existing, supporting and retaining, it sounds like supporting and retaining our existing businesses and attracting, and I know there is some work on entrepreneurship or creating opportunities for people to start businesses, but is there a way to incorporate into that statement to, yeah, you know what I'm getting at, entrepreneurial.
So let's gut check that with the rest of the folks, just to make sure that we're okay with that. Are we okay with calling out entrepreneurial, however we phrase that, entrepreneurial as a concept inside of this? Or do we have an objection to that? I'm hearing no objection to that, in which case we'll try and find ways to work in entrepreneurial as a part of this. With that one adjustment, do we feel like we're tracking where we need to, or do we have a significant objection beyond that?
Can we put tracks first? I like things in chronological order.
Okay, okay, so we're asking to move a tracks up? We're okay with that too? Yeah, okay.
I have a bit of an objection to that.
We have a pause, time out. Yep.
Because putting something first implies priority. And I don't think attracting business is the best way to create a local economy. I mean, it's certainly valuable, you know, to have new businesses come from the outside, but I would be more interested in having a homegrown, interconnected city business environment where you can come to Inglewood and thrive even if you don't already have a business. And I think it's like there's a tendency in city government to try to attract big businesses to have a kind of a game changer thing, and that often I don't think works out well. So I don't have an opposition to having it in there, but putting it first kind of sounds like a priority.
Well, to me, it's a chronological thing. First, you attract the business, then you support it, and thus you retain it.
Well, this is why I was talking about entrepreneurship, is because we don't want to just attract, we want to get, we want to build homegrown businesses.
We have a comment over here as well.
I think that we need to keep supports and retains at the top because we've been losing so many businesses, those businesses that have been loyal to this city for decades. If we're not supporting them and retaining them, we're gonna lose the base of the people that we have supporting our general fund.
Okay. So we're having some disagreement about maybe the wordsmithing on this, I'll say. We have the words in here, but we're maybe missing the order in terms of what we're comfortable with because we have a disagreement of opinion in terms of attracts, retains, supports in terms of the order of that wordsmithing. If we have language under here in terms of the goals that specifically address not only the entrepreneurship piece, because that needs to be included in here as well, but can we address some of that in the goals section maybe as opposed to the changing of the order of the words here? Is that important to us?
It's not important enough for me to argue it in the face of disagreement, so I'll.
I appreciate the willingness to acquiesce in the interest of time and, and goodwill with other members of the council. We okay with that? Yes.
Yes, I have a question under the very first one where business retention in downtown vibrancy, retain and sustain local businesses, particularly on South Broadway. When we say South Broadway, are we just talking about the downtown area or are we talking about Hampton South to Bellevue? I would like to see, we've talked for years and years about focusing on Hampton South and it hasn't, in my opinion, it hasn't quite happened yet. We haven't seen that change, that qualitative change. So if we're not talking about that, I'd like to expand it to include that.
Is that fair in terms of a?
By all means it is, yeah. So one of the ways we can try to address that is through some of our code next work as well, in terms of how do we plan for the future of that business district to make sure our codes are going to be supporting that type of investment in the future.
And so the comment here was to make sure that we're talking about what South Broadway is and helping to define what we mean by South Broadway in this particular comment here. We have several comments now as a result. Yes.
I would just say, I think you can take South City Broadway out. Like when we talk about downtown, there's the medical district, there's city center, that whole corridor. I wonder if that's a more comprehensive term to use than focusing on one out of those three.
Yes.
I think another thing is not just focusing there and not just focusing on South Broadway either. There is businesses on Federal. I just think that it needs to be overall, not just one area. And I do believe the businesses in other areas of the city feel like downtown always gets all of the support.
Okay.
Yeah, this would actually be helpful for me. I've thought similar things to what all of you are saying. I mean, I think since we have an EDDA, I don't know that we have to even have the word downtown in here. I mean, I think, commercial corridors might be better than South Broadway. Is that?
Yeah.
Do other people agree? Okay.
So the comment is coming, go ahead, please.
Or we could separate it. We could have one that's about business generally.
Yeah.
And then we could have a separate one about the corridors or the downtown or whatever we want. The only other thing I want to say something else, but I can move on.
Are we okay with that, Sean?
I think we've got good direction here.
Can I rewind just a bit to talking about this? Because I think I have maybe a suggestion of a direction that captures what kind of everybody was after. Something along the lines of promotes and attracts new business ventures and retains and supports existing ones. So that gets the entrepreneurship idea plus.
Say it one more time for us again.
A city that promotes and attracts new business ventures and retains and supports existing ones. I'm not saying that's the exact wording, but something along those lines. It gets the priority order and also the chronological.
Well, you did what you said you didn't want to do, which is put promoting and attracting first.
Yeah, I did do that.
That was right. I think we can that might be the mic drop moment. Hey, when you talk yourself out of something, you talk yourself into it. That's a great moment. Yes.
I also want to say on job training, I think this is great, but I also think it kind of sells you guys short of everything that you do. All of the grant making and some other stuff is, I think, more than just job training. And so I wonder, I think that's part of it, but employee attraction and retention and other things. And I just wonder if that should be zoomed out a little bit of some of the other programs you guys offer.
great feedback. Online, do we have anything? Okay,
Chelsea, if we make the first goal a little more general, and I would say that those grants and those programs fit into that.
Yeah, and maybe it's just them helping to differentiate between, it says supporting programs to provide job training. Why do those programs have their own bullet? Are they part of the first one? Why are we calling it? You know what I mean? Like, because there's other programs that we have also for our employers. So maybe it's supporting employers through a variety of programs and grants. I don't know what it is, but I'm just trying to understand that one.
I think people who are employed benefit the local economy, so the job training more captures an individual need as opposed to the first one capturing a business related. That's the difference I see there.
So we're seeing.
Except for, I think, and being on the ACE committee, the community development department was providing programs for employers to attract employees, and so I was assuming that this meant job training for prospective, for the businesses, not for
Maybe clarity, like, is it workforce development? Is that what this is?
It's for both.
Okay.
It's for both businesses and individuals. On the individual front, one of the things that we really want to do is upgrade our partnership with the Arapahoe Douglas County Works, and particularly Arapahoe Community College, to get on more of that individual plane, but we're going to continue obviously with our business development as well.
And I would imagine underneath these goals too, when we get into the more of the project level, you'll see that reflected in those projects as well. So we'll see probably more reflection of the actual, you know, the actual drill down on that as we get into that in February, I believe it is.
But I think workforce development is a better word than job training, my consensus.
Yeah, okay,
Great.
yeah.
More clear.
We're liking it. Workforce development, thank you for the edits and thank you for the input. Feel like we're okay online, doing okay? Okay. Next team up, thank you very much. What do we have next here? Neighborhoods. I'm sure this will generate no discussion.
Good morning. Is it still morning or are we afternoon?
Still morning.
Good morning. So for those of you that aren't aware, Neighborhood Resources is a division within communications. I'd like to read our outcome statement just to kick us off really quickly. The city that fosters vibrant, committed, engaged, and welcoming neighborhoods. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Neighborhood Resources Coordinator, Madeline Hinkfist, who also happens to live in one of our neighborhoods. So I think that gives the program a lot of credibility.
There you go. Thank you, Madeline.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, so the Neighborhood Resources Program was established in 2020. So these are our achievements in the last year and kind of 2 years of the program. So we purchased a block party trailer and that was reserved 16 times from June to September. I worked with neighborhood group leaders to organize neighborhood events. These events included Halloween events, block parties, park cleanups, and that was everything from getting the word out to getting all of the neighbors there. We promoted civic pride by establishing neighborhood nights. We hosted 7 neighborhood nights this year, and in 2022, we plan to host 9 in the local parks. And it was really fun to see people coming out and eating at the food trucks and just enjoying our parks. We built neighborhood pages on Englewood Engage. Chris will tell you a little bit more about Englewood Engage later, but I really encouraged more communication channels for neighborhoods so people could see what was going on multiple platforms. The Neighborhood Resources Program sends out a monthly newsletter, and we also partnered with law enforcement and code enforcement to include positive stories about law enforcement. Dave Lewis even reported that the campaign had led to less negative interactions between code and the public, which is great. We established 3 registered neighborhoods. That process is on hold until the neighborhood map is brought to council.
We recruited neighborhood group leaders. Right now, we've got over 30 residents that are involved and engaged. We meet quarterly for the neighborhood group leader network, and it's a great opportunity for everyone to come together and brainstorm and chat about what they are doing in their neighborhood. And then we also established neighbor to neighbor programs. This year, we approved 32 Get to Know Your Neighbor grants. We referred 32 cases to mediation. We gave out over 50 Welcome to the Neighborhood bags. Snow Buddies is in its second year. We partnered with Neighborhood Rehab Project and hosted 2 days of service. And we also grew participation in National Night Out and the Holiday Decorating Contest. I'm trying to do these.
Oh, no, you do those, sorry.
Okay.
I thought we were on another
No,
side.
that's okay. Okay, so the draft statement, Chris already said, but it's a city that fosters vibrant, committed, engaged, and welcoming neighborhoods. So the goals, improve neighbor to neighbor connections, ensure neighbors are connected to one another, community engagement, engage the community through deliberate engagement and volunteer opportunities, neighborhood aesthetics, promote and encourage the beautification, cleanliness, and code compliance in neighborhoods and the city overall, and communication, ensure community and city events are shared throughout the city through a variety of methods.
So we have a proposed statement. A lot of great accomplishments this last year in the neighborhood space, certainly something I'm sure everybody here is passionate about. So let's just talk about this here. A city that fosters, bless you, fosters vibrant, committed, engaged, and welcoming neighborhoods. How do we feel about that statement? Are we in the ballpark on that? Do we feel like we're hitting the goal of what we're after with this group?
What is a committed neighborhood?
What's a committed neighborhood?
Good question.
Not all committed? Please, go ahead. What's a committed neighborhood in this case?
I would say a neighborhood that is engaged with its city government.
Well, that, which could be covered in the word engaged. Committed may be a little too vague for inclusion.
Maybe it should be connected.
Okay.
I like.
Jim, Steve, is that?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing myself. I just didn't know if committed had some meaning that I wasn't capturing.
And I think one that cares what's happening in their neighborhood, what's happening in their city.
So the suggestion is connected as a word instead of committed.
Maybe we take committed out.
Say that again.
Maybe we just take committed out. I mean, in the bullets to the right, we really capture everything we're all saying right now.
Cheryl, would you be okay with just changing committed to connected?
No, because we talk about connections and connected already over here. We're already capturing. It feels like it's overly stating the connection piece.
Engaged too.
Okay.
So I'd like to recommend something a little bit more radical. I love this work. I think it's so important. I think what Madeline has done has been excellent. And when I see vibrant, engaged, connected, how are we going to say it, welcoming, I want that for our entire city. I want that to be a citywide experience and not limited to just a neighborhood. And so this is probably one of the things that I think we need the biggest shift on, is that this should be a citywide, how do we have a connected and engaged city? And then what role does neighborhoods play in that? What role do events play in that? What role does public art, placemaking, wayfinding play in that? What role does walkability play in that? About how we keep Inglewood to keep it feeling like a small town. And right now, I think the neighborhoods are so good, but it feels a little bit too narrow. I think we need to zoom out a little bit and make it one goal. And then like, how do we foster city pride, sense of identity, pride in place? And so I really think that there's opportunity here that we're missing a little bit.
Okay. I don't really oppose the idea for what you're aiming at there, Chelsea, but I think there is a lot of value with, especially with the neighborhoods program, is focusing on smaller units. And those units, of course, connect and they're a part of the city, but I think there's a danger in thinking, oh, everybody in my city is my neighbor, I'm just gonna go to a city event. Where the neighborhoods program is really about connecting people on the same block with each other And wrapping the whole neighborhoods program into a citywide program, I think loses some of the potency of being very local, very block by block focused.
To be clear, I agree with you. I don't think we should change any of the neighborhood functions or goals. I think that it should be a program within a larger goal about how do we ensure Inglewood people, when they know what it means to live in Inglewood, right?
Right.
What does it mean to go to 4th of July every year with your neighbors? What does it mean to have a snow buddy? What does it mean to have a city that has quirky public art and murals? What does it mean to also have a city that promotes strong connections in neighborhoods? But I think it has to be bigger than just this, but this has, I wouldn't make any changes to how it's existing now, but even communication, like what we do on Inglewood Engage, what we do with the Citizen magazine, I don't see captured in this plan. And it's a huge part of what people like about feeling connected to the city.
What if we had a trailer, something like as parts of the whole community or something along those lines? So we're capturing neighborhoods as, individual areas, but still a part of the larger community, Inglewood, it's as a whole.
To me, this sounds like a cross-reference because a lot of the things you're talking about, I would put into community well-being. We're talking about the city, we have a whole section on that. And neighborhoods, of course, has lots of overlap with that, but I guess there could be a way to totally restructure everything and make it more hierarchical or something like that. But I see those concerns already captured in there. Maybe we need more goals in the community well-being, but that's what that's what I hear when you're talking about these things is going to city events is a community well-being kind of issue. Neighborhoods, of course, is connected with that, but I don't know that it needs to be totally restructured to still capture that since we have the cross.
I'd like to turn it over to Sean, if you got a comment on that, Sean?
Yeah, and Chelsea and I have talked about this, and I think what you're getting at is a missing piece and needs to be added. When I think of neighborhoods, I think every square inch of Inglewood is in a neighborhood. So to me, it is kind of all city governing, encompassing. So we could put the pride in place because I think you and Nathaniel have both told me, like, I want the art, I want the placemaking, I want gateways, I want things that make us proud of our community, really represented in these goals. And so I think it could really fit in either community well-being or neighborhoods. If we were able to incorporate that in a more broad goal under one of these two, do you think that would?
Yeah, I'm happy to defer to my colleagues if I'm alone on this. I just think we will do a disservice to the citizens of the city if we do not invest in how this city feels like a small town. Like that doesn't happen by accident. We have to invest in it. We have to steward it really well. We have to care for that and focus on how do we promote engagement? How do we have citizen kind of that sense of community? And then the work that so many of our staff and directors do when it comes to communications and when it comes to events is not represented in this plan, and that doesn't feel good to me. And so I would like more specificity on how we are being really intentional to have a place where citizens feel incredibly engaged in what it means to live in Inglewood and not just their neighborhood.
I think that sounds, I'm tracking what you're saying there, which is you don't have an objection to this. It's maybe just more of how does this relate to the overall larger connectedness strategy of the community in general? And how are we ensuring that this isn't our only connected space, but we're building out more and more connected spaces in the strategy itself? Is that a fair
100%
encapsulation? And I think, Sean, you're hearing that too, and we're able to make some modifications that might help address some of those, because it sounds like beyond our councilwoman here, we've also had our mayor kind of chime in on some of those things as well. Does that seem fair to others as well? We're not opposed to anything. Maybe we're just interested in seeing some of the more connected threads go through more of the plan. Does that?
I'm not understanding how, for example, Duncan Park neighborhood connects with the Hill. That's.
Sorry, can you repeat that again? Jim, I didn't get that. Can you repeat that?
I don't understand how Duncan Park neighborhood connects with the Hill. Or west of Federal connects with over near University or Arapahoe Acres and stuff. So, I think we have very specific neighborhoods.
That's part of that community identity too, right? Is making sure that our neighborhoods, as they've developed, have an identity to maintain, but it ties into an overall identity strategy for the community itself. There's a piece of both there. Mary, you wanted to say something too, and I want to come back to that. Mary?
No, actually, so I guess my takeaway from this, or at least the way that I was thinking about this, and I can see where Jim is coming from, but also I guess I'm looking at how do we break the silos if some neighborhoods are more connected or more engaged? How do we apply that across other neighborhoods, other cities? And the one thing I wanted to add, and it might be more of a project under community engagement, would be how do we tie in the schools as well? And I'm thinking more in terms of athletics. How do we, if you're a parent at the school, you're going to know what's going on at the school, but the larger community may not know what's going on at the school. So I think that would be more, how do we add a project for the schools and help communicate that? So that's all I wanted to add.
Some interest in tying in the schools to this conversation as well. Yep.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we don't throw out the good. We do have some neighborhoods that are engaged more than others. And the question is, what are those neighborhoods doing? Or what is the city doing with relation to them that is showing that success? And how do we draw that success into other parts of the city? And that contributes to the community as a whole. I think I'm with Councilman Anderson on this. I like what this shows as very specific and granular to neighborhoods and neighbors getting to know neighbors. And I think that we have some other parts of the plan that speak more to the city as a whole. And I don't see them as mutually exclusive. I see them as symbiotic. We accomplish those immediate neighbor connections because a big part of your quality of life is about your relationships with the people who live closest to you. And we start there along with community connections. So people who want to attend neighborhood events and meet people who live on the hill, for instance, can do that as well. Right. But I don't see them as interfering or mutually exclusive. I think I like the way this is structured.
I'm not saying that, just so you know.
Okay. We're going to come back. We got 2 more comments, and then I'm going to go ahead and ask us to put it to a vote of sorts related to the specific comments we've got here related to the goal area. Okay. So yes, Councilwoman.
I like what Councilmember Anderson and Councilmember Ward are saying. The one danger in tying the schools in is that there are 5 different school districts in the city of Inglewood. Inglewood, Littleton, Cherry Creek, and Sheridan, and maybe there's only 4. So if we can get the neighborhoods connected, that to me would be the common thread throughout the city. We're connected as neighbors, and that's what promotes that small town feel. Anyway.
Okay. Please.
I think I'm finally slow enough catching what Councilmember Nunekamp sees as missing. And I wonder if it's something along the lines of maybe a community well-being goal that's something like fostering a citywide community identity that would include placemaking and events and all of those things. Because I think what you're getting at is important, but also kind of separate, but also integrated with neighborhoods. But
I agree.
And I'm happy to have it be somewhere else. I'm not wedded to this. And I think this is so important. I want us to feel connected as a city and not just as a neighborhood. And man, it's so powerful. And maybe I also feel like I'm representing a new generation of residents and homebuyers in this city who, when I talk to people, they're like, man, I love the events in this city. I like going to a concert. I like doing it. Like that really matters. And not just talking to neighbors, which is great too.
Right. It's like that idea. I had a block party and I met all my neighbors because I live in Inglewood. And every neighborhood can say that. I got to do this because I live in Inglewood. And that's what they all have in common.
But then we also have a citywide block party that we invest tons of money in that's nowhere represented here.
So events are going to be one of those things that we loop back with too, right? And making sure that that's included, because that community identity comment continues to come up and we can find a way to work that in. I think it is separate than the neighbor conversation. I think your community well-being conversation is the perfect place to capture that. It's a great goal to put under there. It deals with the events and that. I think what you're doing neighborhood-wise is an important step, in my opinion, just from what I've seen with Polco and NRC when they do national research amongst communities. The single most important connecting factor for an individual to their community is, do I know my neighbors and the neighborhood I live in? It's truly the neighborhood you live in, as opposed to even the city and who even knows what county you live in, right? So when it comes to that, I probably shouldn't, but when it comes to that connectedness, it starts there, right? So I think it's a great space that you've already leaned in a ton on. Do we feel like we've captured some edits here for this?
Very good.
Okay, and we're not necessarily, we may want to reorder a little bit of this and wordsmith it a little bit, but we've got some of that too, yeah? Okay. Conceptually, we feel okay with this as long as there are some additional steps to tie in that overall larger strategy? Okay. Okay. Onward. Yes? Okay, yeah, come on up.
Thank you all for.
Thank you,
Thank you. Really
thank you.
appreciate it.
Great conversation, everybody. Keep it up. This is really useful, really helpful.
Well, in the interest of time, we'll speed through some of this, especially the achievements. But I would like to say that sitting back here listening, the comment on the governance goal of one mission and a clear and integrated organizational mission and goals. This fits safety, the discussion of safety fits right into that very well. And that there's a lot of crossover when we talk about safety. We already heard it when we talked about infrastructure on the transit issues, roads and bridges and the integration there. But safety crosses over to not only police and courts who are up here in front of you today, but public works, the city manager's office, community development. And this is evident when we talk about enticing and retaining businesses and families moving into, we talked about the schools, feeling safe, shopping locally, the visitors coming in, commuting through the city, shopping locally. So there are a lot of crossover here. So I want to highlight that. Some of the achievements we'll just highlight real quick. A lot of these on the police side were police reform task force recommendations, which you've seen before. So we'll move through them pretty quick. The expanded co-responder program that's on the top of your list to include the case manager was a very significant achievement. Further down on the list is the restorative justice program, which is a collaborative effort with the courts. We started planning that in 2020, implemented it in 2021, and very successful with a number of cases moving through, and we are expanding that program now. And as well as working with the schools and the community on that. Further on the list is the training on for police officers to include de-escalation training and training of all the legislative updates, post requirements. On the next slide, there's the comment on community engagement, and there's another one on the marketing plan. So that's high on our list for safety and for police.
And so as we indicated, the goal statement is a city that protects its people, infrastructure, and built environment with the goals of police innovation, meaning review best practices from other cities and continuously innovate, building and place safety, so ensuring the safety of public buildings and spaces, as well as public safety services, invest in high quality policing and other public safety services, and then policing policies, collect data on and make recommendations related to policing policies. There's a lot of Pauls.
So with that, yes. Our statement, the city that protects its people, infrastructure, and built environment. How do we feel about that? Ambivalence. I'm just kidding. We're doing okay?
It's interesting. I noticed there's an overlap. So we have protect infrastructure also in the infrastructure one. Like, is this duplicative or do we feel like it's fine?
Well, and you may remember there was actually we don't love protect, we'd rather have maintain.
No, I asked a question about protect, but we left protect.
Oh.
So in the original strategic plan that council approved in 2020, there was a cross-reference between safety of infrastructure and safety, but also in infrastructure. So that's where that comes from originally.
And it could be different, right? When we talk protecting infrastructure, it could be just making sure we're maintaining existing infrastructure to make sure that it's safe for the public to use. In this case, it might actually be literally physically protecting infrastructure that we might need to make sure, water supplies or things that we need to make sure aren't going to be affected by that. So it could be in two different ways that we're looking at that. We're not hearing objections.
I think one of the things I don't see here is effectively responding to emergencies, which is what I think of when I think of safety. Like, you know, when you're thinking about the quality of policing in your city, one of the big questions that comes up is what happens when I call 911? Because most people don't have to do that in the course of a year, but when they do, they want to make damn well that the response is effective.
Yeah, and I will say that I feel that's covered in the third bullet point. I mean, there's so much of what we do that's inherent with the job of safety, and I don't want to use the word traditional, but typical police services, 911 response is a good example of that. Another bullet up here talks about being innovative and meeting the best practices of law enforcement moving forward, keeping those traditional practices in place, which I agree are extremely important, and then moving beyond those.
Right, and I would actually put something in the vision statement itself, a city that protects its people, infrastructure, and built environment and responds effectively to emergencies, or something along those lines, or manages emergencies effectively, or something like that, that really captures that primary fundamental purpose of a police department and a public safety unit.
Steve, would you be, I agree with you, emergency management is really kind of missing. Would you be okay with that as a goal?
I would rather see it on the actual vision statement myself. I mean, ideally, we don't have emergencies, we prevent them, but we know that they occur on a daily basis in the city. And sending a direct message to our people that this is what we want to provide you is important to me.
Responsive emergency services?
Something, you know, responds effectively to emergencies or manages emergency effectively, or something along those lines that says, you know, when you are in crisis and you call for help, our fundamental goal here in safety is to ensure that we respond to that effectively.
So for the folks online, I'm assuming you can hear that. We're asking for potentially an amendment to the overall statement here that includes something related to responsiveness of emergency services. And
so, yeah, something along those lines. I don't know exactly how to smith it, but I think to me, it's so foundational that it needs to be captured in that goal.
Not just here in the goal, but actually in the statement
Yeah,
itself. We want that in the
itself.
statement
Yeah.
itself. So that's coming up. How do we feel about that in terms of the statement itself from other council members? How are we feeling about that? Should it be included in the statement? Does it suffice as a goal? It sounds like we've got agreement that there should be more in here related to it. Maybe the where is what we're.
So along that lines, on the police cars, it used to say to serve and protect, which kind of goes along with what Councilmember Ward is sharing. And now, I mean, I haven't seen a police car lately, but I used to, well, for a while there was a community policing. And I actually very much agree with Councilmember Ward, because that is really our goal, for the citizens to feel that they are safe and protected, whatever comes up.
So you would agree with an amendment to the statement itself that includes phrasing related to those responsive emergency services? Did you want to comment on that at all and feeling okay about this? Okay.
I agree with Rita. I liked the idea, and I was thinking exactly the same thing. That it really, a city that serves and protects its people. I mean, that's traditionally law enforcement's duty. And I know we had it on our cars prior to the community policing, and I don't know what we have on our cars now, unfortunately. But I think we need to say that, because that is, the police department is doing more than just protecting, it is serving. A lot of calls, I think, are service.
Okay. Police legitimacy is extremely important, and what I'm hearing is the different avenues for police legitimacy. It's the policies in place, it's the training, it's meeting the law enforcement expectations, it's the, you know, how we hire, how we retain, the building that we work in, the vehicles that we drive, and all that leads to the legitimacy, which is what the public expects and public wants, and that's how we're trying to serve back. So I hear lots of different conversation points on that, and perhaps maybe we can build that into there as well.
Yeah, I think, the nature of policing is changing. We've had this discussion a number of times, but fundamentally, there's still only one place you can go if somebody shows up to your front door with a gun. Or, somebody robs the bank. There's only one place you can go. And we need to send a message that place is to be counted on. And that's kind of what I'm looking to capture is that, when you have that emergency, we're there for you.
Well, the Protects picks that up. And when you're meeting the homeless person that may have mental illness or that is having some sort of major anxiety attack and stuff, that's serving them. I mean, you're not arresting them.
Right. Yeah, protection is one aspect, and I think responding is another, and that's maybe what I'm not quite getting with that.
So we feel like maybe we've consolidated a little too much. I mean, I think part of if you go down, a step below these goals, there's a lot of things underneath there when it comes to the conversation that we were just having about the right nature of policing and what that looks like today. But maybe we've consolidated a little too much, and we just need to expand out a little bit more when it comes to that last piece of the statement. Protects covers it, but maybe it doesn't expressly state what it is we're after with that comment, because we want to see, a protect and serve mentality inside of the statement itself.
I was just wondering if I could just jump in. Is that a metric that Member Ward is talking, or Mayor Pro Tem Ward is speaking to? Is just the fact that, to me, it sounds like a timeliness issue, and whether or not it falls under a metric, an SLA, perhaps.
No, it's not a metric. To me, it's more about sending a direct message that says, in our fundamental mission, taking care of you when you have a problem that no one else can solve is what we intend to do. Right. And so it's that emergency, who do you call on in the event of a crisis? It's us, and that's what we're telling you here. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
And having it expressly stated would make sure that when people are reading this, it doesn't get glossed over as just a part of the goal, but as an expressly stated.
Exactly. We do a lot of things in our police department, but one of those things is the one that we can never fail on, and that's responding to an emergency.
Okay.
And I actually think that the last part of the statement, infrastructure and built environment, those can be included in the goals. And the general statement, something along a city that protects and serves its people.
I like it.
Okay.
Yeah, Tim and I have talked about that too, that maybe since, we have an infrastructure section that could be moved out, and this could be a little more, and just cross-reference as opposed to having the goal statement include both, have infrastructure.
I'm not sure you need infrastructure and built environment.
Right, right.
But I think we do need the emergency thing in there. I'd be happy with it as a goal if there's an easy way to put it into the vision statement that doesn't make it too clunky. I think protects captures it, maybe not quite as clearly as Mayor Pro Tem would like it, but I'm satisfied with it as long as it's in there in a goal.
What about a hybrid approach? A city that protects its people and responds effectively to emergency. We do what Member Russell suggested, cut infrastructure and built environment and substitute respond effectively to crisis or emergency or something along those lines.
Or just the calls or.
I really want to capture the.
Yeah, I would be more content with it as a goal than outcome area. It's not a hill I'm gonna die on, but I don't see it as either, but I would support the addition of the word serve with protect, because I do think a lot of what police is doing with the innovation with co-responders and even with sort of justice, I think falls under serve even more so than protect, and I would like to see that addition.
I think we do have consensus for that word.
Okay.
I think the question on consensus though is on the emergency services. I've heard 3 that said they're fine with building that into the goal statement, but yeah.
And so I'm going to take it to the folks online, help us out here for a second. So the question related to, does the statement itself need to include phrasing related to emergency services? There's definitely agreement that it needs to be Responsiveness to emergency services needs to definitely be listed as a goal at least. Should it be inside of the statement itself over here? Any thoughts online?
My preference would be to keep it as a goal instead of within the mission statement.
Councilmember Wink, any thoughts on that?
No, I tend to lean toward Othaniel's point as well.
I think we do have the serve though, that we can work that in, and then maybe drop the either infrastructure or built environment. Since we don't, okay.
So it seems like we're okay, generally speaking, with removing the infrastructure built environment piece, adding in serve, and making sure that that's in there correctly too. And then making sure that we've got a goal, calling out what we're talking about specifically when it comes to providing emergency services. And it seems like that's where we landed from a consent space, not a consensus space. We did not get agreement on this, but I think we've landed somewhere where we have some votes up and down on that. We're obviously going to be coming back on this topic. And so there's an opportunity to maybe think more about that and engage in this discussion again another day. Yes.
I just want to have one closing thought here.
Please.
I wonder if we can split the baby and say a city that serves and protects its people with professionalism, responsiveness, whatever, but include the responsiveness piece that you're asking for. I think we're dropping the last part. To serve and protect its people is a little short. I wonder if we add and how are we going to do that? We're going to be responsive. We're going to be, whatever you were thinking about legitimacy, the things that you think would do that, maybe we add that in. So that's a thought.
Suggestion there to go ahead and add in the statement itself, responsiveness, we can go ahead and address it there. I think it's a reasonable suggestion, and my suggestion back to this team would be that we allow staff to go ahead and present you with some options related to the wordsmithing on this, along with the goals being revised so that we've got them in there. Because it sounded like we had 1 or 2 goals at least that needed to be added in so that we feel comfortable about that. How are we doing on that? Does that feel okay for now? We can bring something back related to maybe some rewording and then the goals being restated, understanding now what you're after. Okay. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I think, what do we have here? I think 1 or 2 more sections, right?
Oh, yeah, sustainability.
Sustainability, this last one, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Good. So we're going to be okay on this. I'm just going to give you some time things. We're going to go ahead and go through sustainability. After that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll do lunch. We'll grab stuff. In terms of the prioritization exercises this afternoon to level set your expectations, we're probably not going to get into any subcategorization of goals because we have not agreed on what those look like, right? So we're going to have to do some work with staff and bring a couple of those back. The prioritization of the overall outcome areas, we are still going to do. So that's going to be our priorities, making sure that we understand how you're going to spend $100 in those 7 areas. If you had $100 and you only had 7 areas to spend it in, how would you spend that? So that's what I want you actively background program thinking about. We will get through that part today. The sub goals, we're probably not going to get into some sticker voting just because we have added some really important ones. So just wanted to set those expectations. Next up, sustainability. One of my personal favorites. All paper was recycled today, just a heads up.
Okay, quickly, some of the achievements in 2021 around sustainability. We've got the 2 listed here, which is asset management is definitely a focus for the city as we look at our long-term utilization of our assets, and then incorporating water quality into our public projects to help protect our water resources. Additionally, some other things that have occurred are the creation of a sustainability commission, the hiring, just recently, the hiring of a sustainability coordinator, and the development of a sustainability master plan. Yeah, sustainability plan. Plan was the hard word. I think additionally, some of the things that have been incorporated from a sustainability perspective are obviously the biogas project is generating a significant amount of revenue. South Platte Renew as a water sustainability function as a whole. And so there's a lot of sustainability incorporated into this. One of the other things that came up recently on sustainability was on a project that we're looking at was refrigerant on HVACs. And I didn't even thought about that, but that's another area that we're looking at ways to improve sustainability. So that's it for achievements. I'm going to turn it over to Tim, who's going to go through the next part of this section.
Great, thanks, Peter. Yeah, we're very excited that our first sustainability coordinator has been hired. She starts on Monday, will be introduced to you in Data 7. So as you probably are aware, sustainability was developed as its own plan. Last April, it was adopted by Council on April 5th. So the statement that we have here is the one that was developed at that time. So a city that focuses on the economy, equity, ecology, and education of the present without compromising the ability of other generations to meet their needs. And these goals were also established at that time. So goals involving air quality, built environment, infrastructure. These next two, community resilience and economic resilience, these were kind of the original or the second, I guess I would say, iteration of cross tabulation. So these are two areas that are obviously captured under neighborhoods and local economy, but given the connection to sustainability, they were included here, although you may wish to consider that, whether they should remain. Other goals are energy. And so this one really has a broad focus. I think we've had some ideas about energy, changing into energy efficiency to be a bit more descriptive. Food system was again originally placed here, but there's been some discussion about whether this should move to another area. Natural environment, which is one of the more robust sections that we have here, goal sections. Parks Division has done a lot of work on that. Transportation is obviously another area where it's cross-referenced into infrastructure and transportation. Waste and recycling is obviously one where a lot of movement is happening. And then water protection, we also talked about keeping it here, but also making a nod to the infrastructure goal area.
And Tim, just to clarify, that goal is a different, sorry, that outcome statement is a different outcome statement, or that is the outcome statement? Oh. I think you might want to go back one slide.
I think that might be.
Just go back a slide.
Yeah, go back one slide. I think we're there.
That is there. Yeah.
We're okay. I just wanted to clarify
it out, but yeah, so that's the safety one. I don't know why I got pulled over.
But this is what we're after, right?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. So with this said, we've had information, we've already been informed related to some level of the sustainability element by others as well. Thoughts related to this, obviously, we've got some triple bottom line approach in here when it comes to sustainability. Certainly an important part of the ARP and IIJA funds. If you look at them, they're earmarked all over with issues related to sustainability, not to mention equity and inclusion, because let's face it, infrastructure is the physical manifestation of equity and sustainability commitment in our community. So with that said, what do we feel about this? A city that focuses on the economy, equity, ecology, and education of the present without compromising the ability of other generations to meet their needs.
I'm kind of thinking that it's pretty wordy. I mean, I think we could eliminate most of the middle section, put those under goals, and just put a city that focuses on the economy without compromising the ability of other generations to meet their needs. And how we're going to do it is in equity, ecology, and that's just a suggestion.
Okay, suggestion related to economy without compromising the nature of future generations to meet their needs.
I agree with Rita. I think it's too wordy.
Too
I wasn't
wordy.
on council. I know this is a new one put together, but I do find it interesting that it doesn't say sustainability anywhere. And I do wonder if we should say something like a city that focuses on the sustainability of its resources, right, for both present and future generations.
I like that too.
Okay, sustainability of its resources for current and future generations. Okay, I think that encompasses, not to mention environmental, but as well as obviously we don't have the fiscal resources, that covers that as well. We've got a specific edit there that we're talking about. How do we feel about that? It seems like we've got some level of support for a revised statement on this.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement with the revised statement only because it took me about 3 times to read it to kind of understand it. So I think that it's a little bit, so I do agree with the member Russell and member Camp in terms of the rewrite.
Okay, we've got some support for that. How about for this rewrite from other council members? Does that feel okay? The suggested rewrite on this. I'm getting head nods-ish.
I was just flipping through some of the other statements, and I question the idea of including sustainability in the definition, or, I mean, it's not exactly a definition, but you're trying to flesh out what sustainability it is. So putting that into the vision I actually think the current statement, even though it's a little clunky and wordy, captures the meaning of sustainability
Correct.
without using it as a part of the definition. So, I mean, I'm in the place where I could consent to the change, but I'm not fully sold on it.
What if we say stewards, a city that stewards its resources for the benefit of current and future generations?
A city that stewards its resources for current and future generations. Yes, Cheryl, please. Councilwoman.
I do feel like the facets of the definition of sustainability that are here, I think we shouldn't lose any of those pieces. And I'm worried we're going to kind of lose sight of what we do to accomplish what in saying that with the stewards piece.
Okay. I think the other thing is, again, back to this consistency in terms of how we're operating with these different outcome statements. Are we being consistent in terms of how we're doing it? We just made edits to a public safety statement related to including certain words in that and removing other words. Are we doing the same thing here in terms of including or not including the right phrasing related to this? We want to make sure it looks consistent at least.
Yeah, I think I would prefer a little bit more broad of an outcome statement, and then have the specificity in the goals. I think the concern about trying to label everything specifically here is like, you're gonna leave something out, and I think it's maybe a little bit unnecessarily prescriptive in the broad statement.
So a simplified statement feels better to you with more specific goal areas called out that specifically address those things. Do you feel like those things are specifically addressed in the current goal statements? Or do you?
I see a lot of them.
Okay. We're maybe not missing we're not missing anything glaring though necessarily.
Well, I feel like we're missing something in that.
Okay.
And that is the economy, equity, ecology, education, and action. I think action should be in that goal or in that statement.
Okay.
I mean, hopefully that's what we're coming to with all this other information. So I think something like action should be there.
Okay. We're getting a suggestion that action needs to be a part of the statement itself because maybe it doesn't actually define that action is required in this.
I like Mayor Pro Tem Ward's suggestion, stewards its resources, maybe actively stewards its resources to capture the action idea, but for the current generation and generations to come or something like, I feel like that's a pretty solid one.
Okay. So we have a few suggestions, and we're going to go ahead and try and bring it back to something that we can move forward with. Understanding that we maybe have some areas that we need to work around in terms of addressing here, but we seem to have the majority, and again, I'm stating this and feel free to correct me, okay, but we seem to have an interest in simplifying some of the statement to be around stewardship and actively stewarding those resources, making sure active is in there, actively stewarding those resources for current and future generations, and then getting into some of this related to economy, equity, ecology, education over here in the goals statement to specifically identify those items underneath that. How am I doing?
I think we definitely have agreement on the current and future generations aspect.
Okay, thank you.
I think one of the things we're encountering here is a sort of potentially fundamental split amongst the council members on what the overall topic of sustainability is. And you know, sustainability is something that's used as a buzzword in some circles or viewed as a buzzword in some circles. And so I guess I want to see us find agreement on how we can serve both camps, I guess, on the sustainability aspect. I would not see sustainability used in the larger statement because I think it's redundant. But it's not that important to me.
I agree with the not defining the term with the term.
Right.
I think it's important for us not to do that because we're just circular referencing ourselves in that. I think the stewardship is a reasonable thing, and I think there is existing definitions of sustainability. You know, it's people playing a profit, right? This is the seventh generation type stuff. So it exists to a certain degree that we don't, and again, much debated in every community I go to. So this is not an uncommon conversation we're having. But I think it's important in terms of actionability on the other side. And that's really what we're after with this, right? When we talked electric vehicle stations, right? Where do those fit in? Is it under this section? Is it under the infrastructure section? A lot of tiebacks when it comes to the water. So we're going to see a lot of those tiebacks here. I think it's just making sure that we accurately reflect something that the council members are going to feel comfort with when a sustainability topic comes up. We can point to this and say, this is how we engage as Inglewood. So I think that's what we're trying to drill into here a little bit.
I really like the word steward or stewardship involved in this, because really that's what our job is as council members. Those things can be included in the goals, because at some point we will have to decide, is it sustainable for us to continue each one of those goals? And it's not that we're getting rid of the goals. We may be at a point financially that we need to, prioritize those.
To a comment you made earlier, right? That economic element of the sustainability has to be a fundamental part of this too.
Absolutely.
Yep. I don't know that we're actually far off from what I'm hearing from folks. It feels like, one, let's be active about it. Let's take action on what we're doing. Let's be stewards of the resources, whether that's an environmental or an ecological or an economic resource. We're going to be a steward of that resource, and we're going to be active about the stewardship of those resources. And then it's about how do we go about doing that, which maybe is a little more in the goal section. How do we go about doing it? Well, we've got a ton of them, right? There's built environment, air quality, water quality, et cetera, et cetera. Stating that maybe a little more directly in there, maybe adding one or two more statements to help call those things out, might pull that in with a broader overall statement. And I know we may have some disagreement with that from Councilwoman or the mayor, and I don't know how we feel about that, but it seems like we may be landing more in a simplified statement space. But again, I want to pull back and hear what we've got online.
I think I would agree with that. I do like that last statement. Actually, I was going to ask, can we move to the next slide just so I can see the goals under that? But no, I would be. I can see just how you phrased it earlier, or your last statement. I think I would be in support of that.
Cheryl, is your concern about stewardship that equity isn't adequately captured in there, or is it all of the other goals as well? Can you go back to the previous slide that shows?
Yes.
Economy, equity, ecology, and education. I see economy, ecology, and to a certain extent, education as stewardship. Is there anything we can do to make stewardship fit here for you?
Yeah, thanks for asking, Steve. I think yes is the answer to that question you just offered. I make those comments because I think Linda brought these needs forward, and I've seen them discussed in different contexts, and kind of the risk to really delivering what we want to deliver if we're not kind of focusing on those four pieces of it explicitly. It's not really that I'm against steward. I just don't want us to lose sight of the components, maybe, by being so explicit. Does that help? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
I can be flexible. Look, we have a sustainability department and objective and strategic objective, and we're hiring staff. So, I could certainly compromise on it, but that's all it was, just losing sight on the components of what it really means to have sustainability as an objective for our government.
Couldn't we start that out with a city that takes stewardship on the economy, equity, ecology, etc.? So we're making that statement right at the beginning.
Okay, try that on for me. I'm not help me with that first part of the statement that you're talking about.
Well, it says a city that focuses on the economy. I'm just saying, take out that word focuses and make a statement of taking stewardship on the economy or whatever we end up after that, but make the statement of we're being stewards.
Okay. Sean?
I think we can absolutely bring council some options on this one. This one's always been the hardest. We save the hardest for last. But I definitely think based on this feedback, we can bring you all some options and that incorporate a lot of this feedback. So.
Okay.
Are anything with the goals though? Are we good on most of the goal topics?
Yeah, I have a question. Case had put in our packet or got into our packet pages of some suggestions and some things that they would like to see added. And for example, under goals, under air quality, adding the word climate and air quality. And I guess I was thinking that earlier we were going to go over this where it was in the pamphlet or in our packet. So I just want to make sure that at some point, if not here, at our next meeting with this, that we get back to this case letter, because I think it's pretty comprehensive and pretty important from citizens.
And if it's okay if I weigh in, Member Woodward. So we did include this as well as comments from an individual, as well as about 21 comments that we received on, actually more than that, about 30 comments we received online. So the plan that we were approaching was that staff would go through all those comments and then add them or modify, however it is, into the proposal that we bring on the 14th. A few questions though that I did have related to that, if it's okay for council, are there was a question that came up about whether food systems should move to a different area. And there were also questions that were raised by that group related to keeping community resiliency and business resiliency. So if council did have feedback on any of those three topics at this time, it would be helpful in terms of developing the final proposal for you.
I would support moving food systems to community well-being.
I'm sorry.
Food systems to
Did you
community.
say you would support that going to well-being? I would also support that going to well-being.
Same on my side.
Yep, let me restate that. There's I'll say a motion, but that's not exactly right, but a suggestion that we move the food systems to the community well-being section. And it sounds like we've got some support in the room on that. We feel okay about that online as well?
I second that.
Okay. Thank you for the official Robert Rules of Orders, Parliamentary Procedure. Looks like we're good on that one too. What were the other
I
ones?
think the other two were community resiliency and business resiliency. So again, business resiliency was really meant to capture the connection between the local economy area and sustainability. And then community resiliency was meant to capture the connection between neighborhoods and sustainability. We could keep those in and other ideas, we could just cross-reference them in the table in the back. But these were two other areas that Case brought up of questions that they had.
So community resiliency and business resiliency were the other two.
I could see those moved out, cross-referenced. My preference.
Preference to move out and cross-reference? Yes?
I don't know if I'm on board with that. I think community resilience and economic resilience are a big part of long-term sustainability. What do we do when we face adversity? How do we ensure that Inglewood is still here in 50 years, regardless of what the surrounding economy does? So I like those in sustainability personally.
Okay, we've got two for moving it out, one for keeping it in. What do you think?
I'm processing.
Okay, we'll come back. Is that fair?
Fair enough.
Okay. Councilwoman, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I'm kind of leaning to keeping them in. I guess what I'm concerned about is at some point, we may need to decide what makes the community sustainable. I think the economic resilience is huge in sustainability because the majority of our general fund money comes from business success and business retention, comes from sales tax. So I think we definitely, I think maybe they need to stay in.
Okay, we've got 2 in, 2 out. Online, what are you thinking about that? Move them in, move them out.
In.
In, 3 in, 2 out. Next.
In here, keep them in.
In. And
I'll go with keep them in.
all right. Popular vote wins this one. We'll go ahead and leave them in for now. With an understanding that was a point of clarification. Tim, does that work for you?
Yeah, that was a question that came up in the case documents.
Perfect. And again, in the packets, right, there's obviously the case documents. If you haven't had a chance to take a look through that, a lot of commentary related to sustainability. And I think so many different actionable items under these headers in general, right? Action is implied in the mandate, but hopefully we can get to something more express. Are we okay with some of the wordsmithing changes that we need to make? Sean, we're going to bring something back on that.
I mean, we have less consensus on this one, but I think we can bring some options based on the feedback we've heard.
Some of the things I heard was that we're okay with doing the wordsmithing over here to a certain degree. We're not opposed to that, as long as these things are definitely in the goals and we're seeing all of those reflected in the goals. It feels like we're okay with making some Smith changes to that, or at least putting that to a vote or some level of interest.
Minus the food systems right now.
Food systems, you're out of here. Get your food somewhere else. Just kidding.
Speaking of food,
is that a transition point for us? Okay, yes. So let's go ahead and move into the food phase of this. We're gonna come back, call this a working lunch, but let's go ahead and take 15 minutes, stretch it out, do what you wanna do. Give yourselves a round of applause. Great morning, great conversation. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it.
Right out by the food. Oh, okay. Right across the
sorry, my controlling feature starts coming out when I'm hungry.
No, you're fine. No, I appreciate it. We got some good conversation. The thing is, it's gonna be a lot faster if we can just get the. So everything is to that. Because we're gonna add an optional. Remember, because they are something added something. That was less important at the top set. And making sure that you have some priorities, which we didn't get enough agreement.
Just so you know. No. It's a good idea. Make sure you say this recording is whatever is.
We had a lot of progress.
She's in the.
It was just totally the.
Oh,
I've done my best.
So you just make sure you say the.
Have it visible.
We're gonna do it live.
But no, these are great.
the afternoon here for a second. We're gonna get into some discussions related to, I think, feedback. So you're gonna have a presentation on feedback that was gathered from the public, some of the process related to the plan itself. I'm gonna come back up and again, that primary goal today, we have $100 to spend. We have 7 priority areas. They're listed over there. Now, remember those goals underneath, we'll be getting some edits. But again, what we're after is taking those 7 areas and spending $100. You as the allocable, you as the ones managing the allocable resources, this is what we want to do, is make sure that we have a sense of this. We are going to use SurveyMonkey to do it and make sure that the results of that are public. We will do that in the room. You will vote on SurveyMonkey. If you don't have the ability to do it on your phone or something like that, you can hand me the numbers. We will take a break while I calculate that, and then we will put that all up on screen so that you can see how that ranked out for everybody. Because what we have is maybe when we have 1 through 7 priority, we don't have a good sense of how much 1 is greater than 2, or 2 is greater than 3, or 3 is greater than 4. So we got to get some sense of that. And that's why spending that money allows us to get some understanding of how much of a priority something is over something else. And again, it's not to say that one area is not a priority. It's just to say that when we have the ability to allocate resources, we might have to choose between the allocation of those resources. So we're going to go through that process. Yes.
So thinking about the money, I can think of priorities that would require not so much budget dollars, but total, revisions in code or policy changes or program changes that don't cost maybe as much as the priority. Are we thinking about this money as a budgeting thing, or more as like a general priority? This is a value.
I think what we're looking for in this case would be, if I ask you the statement, which of this would make the greatest impact on the community? And you have $100 and we have these 7 areas. Where would you spend that money to make the greatest impact on behalf of the community? And so you can spend $100 in one area if that's truly how you feel about it. And I have had people do that, right? When I get into this discussion and you get into a sheriff's office in a county, no problem there. I can pretty much guess where they're spending their $100, right? But so that's the kind of conversation we're gonna go through after it is informed. And so we're gonna get some staff presentations and setting the stage with the public input that you've already received in this. So you're gonna get that public flavor before we get into this. So you'll hear what that looks like. And I'm putting it into a position now where I think our team members need to come up and actually do that presentation, and then I will rejoin you and we will have some discussion around this, and then we'll do a little bit of that voting. And again, we will, just to be clear, do that calculation, take a 15-minute break while I do those calcs, and we will present it publicly. No hidden information here, right? Transparency, accountability, that's what we're after. And then we'll just get a sense and we'll ask the question, does this feel okay to us? Does this feel like we've got a good understanding of maybe what our collective priorities are as a council? Well, without further ado. Yeah, absolutely.
I thought I'd kick this off just by kind of reminding everybody that the city does have a community engagement plan that we follow. I'll let you read a little bit about that, but essentially for my staff and the rest of the city staff, this really serves, take this off. This really serves as our playbook before we embark on any campaign. These are the 7 steps that we look at for success: outline goals, timelines, determine the level of engagement, and consult, and that's where the survey data comes from. Identify and notify stakeholders, educate and engage, gather that feedback, evaluate, and then share our results. Looking to engage, I think everybody's probably familiar with it, but it offers a variety of tools that are carefully chosen and depends on what we're trying to accomplish. It could be quick polls, surveys, guest books where people can leave feedback, news feeds, project timelines, video libraries, etc. And this is where we had the Inglewood Strategic Plan survey. So the input that we got, we had 605 total visits. 22 new registrations came out of this engagement, 95 unique survey responses, 21 comments. And just to give you a little bit of an idea about traffic that we get to Inglewood Engaged, I think Councilmember Nunekamp, you had a council request, and I think we said that we had 1,000 people since it launched. That was inaccurate. It's actually 1,000 per month is what we get. So to date, since we launched that tool, we've had right around 11,500 people visit the site. So much higher than what you saw in that council request. I apologize for that. Tim, if you want to come and you can.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I just wanted to quickly add to that while Inglewood Engaged was the main forum, we recognize that some people prefer pen and paper. So we did have boxes of the 2 rec centers in the library as well. So I'm going to really quickly go through these. I just want to make a few points, which are number one, we did post this on social media. So there were some comments on the social media posts. Those were included in your packet. We also had kind of an open-ended section at the end. I got about 21 responses, I think. Those were also included in your packet. And then each of these did provide an other category, which basically allowed people to write in their own ideas. And so those were included in the tables in your area. So in terms of outcomes, local economy was the one that scored the highest. Governance was the bottom. We did get some comments on governance that, this is maybe an internal thing. Some people wrote they weren't sure how to rate it. But as you see here, the ratings are pretty close. There is a little bit of a gap between number 1 and number 2, but they're all relatively close by. And then we also, as Nick mentioned, we did get feedback today about how some of these might change, but obviously in terms of how they look, we got feedback. With community well-being, the number 1 was parks and rec facilities. The last was lifelong learning. It's about and again, I should say it's on a 1 to 10 scale. So if you see 2.58 or whatever, that means that's the average essentially. With governance goals, community engagement, which again is something that Chris showed the playbook. So it is something we do internally, but obviously with an external goal. And again, employee engagement, employee recognition were towards the bottom, but we did get that feedback from some folks who weren't sure how to rank some of these. Infrastructure and transportation, sustainable infrastructure funding was at the top, asset management, but again, they're pretty close. We did, as you saw, we did receive a lot of comments on water quality. Around the document, there was someone who wrote it as I think a goal for every area, as you may have seen. So if you saw water quality under community well-being, it wasn't a typo, that was where they placed it. Prioritizing local economy goals, so business retention and downtown vibrancy. Again, we did do a little changes on that today. Then job training, again, where we made some changes at the bottom. Neighborhood goals, neighborhood aesthetics. So a lot of the work in terms of code enforcement, those live under that, under neighborhood aesthetics. And obviously there's other beautification efforts and things like that also fit in there as well. The neighbor-to-neighbor connections being the lowest, but again, they're all pretty close. With safety, innovations and policing being number 1, and then policing policies. And then sustainability, again, we had second largest number of goals here. We saw water protection at the top and then community resiliency towards the bottom. So yeah, I'll hand it over to Nick and we'll go over that at the end.
Just a quick question. So this is, you may have covered this when I wasn't paying attention, but this is like golf, lower is higher?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so sorry. So it's 1 to 10. So if you see, 3.4, that basically means that's the aggregate kind of score that it's 3.
Okay. So 1 being your highest priority.
One's number 1, 10 is your bottom.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't quite clear.
So Tim, before you escape here for a second, okay, I'm going to keep you up here for a second. So as you saw this, were there any sort of thoughts, questions, comments that popped out that maybe we need to address, as staff members here? Anything that sort of popped in that's like, can you talk about this a little bit or the process itself maybe? Any discussion that we need to have around this, please?
I just would like to ask a question about the numbers. So like on this page where you came up with 3.32, you put all the numbers of everybody that weighed in on this and divided it by the number of people that weighed in?
Yes, it's done by the system, but I believe that's how it's done.
Right, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other additional questions? Feel okay about the process? We've got some input, we've got some feedback, and again, 1,000 a month, right? Very different in terms of the engage that we're getting back on this. So when it comes to prioritizing outcomes, online, just want to make sure that we're okay there as well.
Yeah, well, Daniel's having some bandwidth problems, so I think he's leaving his camera off for a bit.
Okay.
Yes, so one other question, if all of these, how many of the answers came from the forums at the library versus electronic input?
So they were actually all electronic. So we did have forms at the 3 locations, but when we picked them up, we didn't receive any feedback.
Okay, so that limits it to people who had technology available.
Yeah, so that we did give the option at the 3 locations, but we didn't have anyone fill it out there.
So the people who completed this survey were all electronic.
Right. And probably, did you put forms at the Malley Center?
Yeah, the Malley, the Inglewood Rec Center, and the library.
Of course, the Malley Center, that population really kind of quit going. So I guess what I'm concerned about is probably this is mostly the younger population.
Based on the assumption that electronic equals younger, I think that's.
And I mean, I know that's not totally true because some older people do have technology, but there's a lot of people that don't.
Absolutely. I think in terms of that space too, again, this is an informational moment for you all. You set these priorities, right? So these priorities are ultimately set by this council. They're enacted by staff, right? And so when you look at these, just recognize it's information for you. What are the preferences of some subsection of the community? And again, when it comes to statistically significant, you do not have a statistically significant section of the community here represented, but you do have information related to the section of the community that chose to participate. So that is important when it comes to this. But as you see these, anything else that comes up? Great comment.
When I go to interpret this, I wonder if this is more reflective of the things that people are most concerned about right now. Like maybe governance ranks so low in the list of priorities because people think that we're already doing that effectively. Thus, they have more concern about the local economy, and that's why they rank it as a higher priority. Now, that's kind of a rose-colored interpretation of the situation, but yeah, I think that's one possible way to interpret data here.
I think some of the comments might lend some visibility into that. And again, the comments are in the packet as well.
They are.
You know? I think again, in terms of getting into the specific goals underneath the outcome areas, right? That maybe we're gonna add some, revise some, change some that are listed over there on the wall so that you have a look at them all. Again, the 7 priority areas, the outcome areas over there, as well as prior to this session, the existing goals underneath those. Again, a little bit of revision occurring there based on today's conversation, but just want you to be able to see those. Again, the exercise that we're about to go through is going to involve us scanning a QR code, getting it online and voting for what our $100 would be spent on in terms of the best or most important impact to the community.
So just one other question, why is safety up there twice?
Just gonna ask that.
You're very, very big. Tim?
It's good.
It's definitely an error, but
Yeah, I would say that when we tried to correct most of it, we had some issues when we were transferring the data from one program into another. So I'm sure that has something to do with that.
Probably one of those is supposed to be infrastructure.
The second one.
I know how we can find out what that is supposed to be.
I think let's clarify that because it's infrastructure and transportation that's our missing one up there, which
so infrastructure and transportation, which was correct in the packet, is supposed to be the second one, and then safety is the third.
Okay.
Okay, so it's just a typo on the slide.
Exactly.
The packet is correct.
So the packet slides are correct.
So 3.71 is infrastructure and transportation, correct? Okay. So just so we know what we're looking at here. And this also, by the way, is we do this process of assigning those dollars. Then we turn around, we have a gut check conversation about this. Is this truly our priority in terms of a general group, right? Would we rank safety, right, lower than local economy? Would we rank it low? So that's the conversation we'll have after. Okay, once we have a chance to see this. But now we've had community discussion related to this. Now we can go ahead and maybe have an informed vote related to what this looks like. So maybe we can pull up the other slides there, if that'd be all right. I think my slides in this case. Because I got a QR code for you to scan, which hopefully will make that a little easier.
This is just for council though.
Yeah, by the way, there will be a question about whether you are an elected official. The answer on that one is yes, obviously.
Oh, so
I made it possible for staff to vote as well, because I thought it might be useful, Sean, later on for council and staff to see maybe where each other's priorities lay and that whole thing. We can do that. So as staff, if you'd like to participate, I'd love it if you did. So again, your answer will be no to that particular one. So if you're an elected official, do this, but here's the scan me. You have $100 to spend. Hopefully this works. If you are a resident watching online, there's probably other things to do today, but at the same time, please do not participate in this section. Otherwise you'll muddy the results for us, okay? But it will be made transparent and accountable. We'll put the results up here and talk them through, so you'll get a chance to see those as well.
Do you have a website I could just navigate to do this instead of?
I
don't have a, I can't.
Yeah, let me pull that up. I think it.
Does anybody need help
Joe, you
with
can
the
use mine if you want.
with the phone?
I've got it here too.
I'm happy to just do it on a computer if there's just a link.
Yeah, give me just a second here. I customized the link, so hold on a second.
Okay.
Camera.
I thought I put that in there. That's my bad.
And just hold it up to that. There it goes.
Here we go.
Can I hold it? Oh, I think that's message at the top was what that was.
It has something to do with that.
There's a link right here.
Oh, okay, great.
I've got a link for it as well, if we need to, and if that doesn't work, then we can use paper. Worked. Good? Okay.
Okay,
Here's, we good?
okay, there it is.
Okay. It will prompt you if your total does not equal 100.
We're not doing the goals, we're just doing.
Just the top areas.
The top area.
Yep, just the top areas. We want to know those. Again, some of those goals change. The way that we might address that if we had time would be to do the voting stickers. I don't know that we'll have the time to be able to put those up there. We definitely need this though. This is the most important part.
Cheryl and Nathaniel can see this, right? Yeah.
Oh, wait.
They need to see that QR code.
Oh, so they get. Hold on. Sorry.
I get that every time. I get that every time.
It's like,
I guess spelling bee champ doesn't help with that one. huh?
You say we only have one
Yeah.
viewer online, so it should budget it, that's all I think.
Okay. That's up to $100.
Yeah, it has to add up to $100.
Oh, okay.
So.
We're gonna give it about 5 more minutes. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a break so that I can calculate those numbers. I'll pull them out into Excel, do the calcs, put them into a slide. We'll talk about it, okay? So the nice part is more chance to eat lunch.
I assume the words you stand on current events is most part of this.
I know, I'm trying not to overthink it.
That's the next survey, that's survey one.
I'm just glad that they're willing to lead you right into the next one. Yeah, no, unrelated,
I kind of thought that.
unrelated in this case.
These programs are awesome.
So Sean, only challenge we may have is mayor's
Don't
not
get
on.
me started.
Yeah, but he's not on. Okay.
I'm wanting.
Computer shut down, he's logged in.
That helps, and those 4.
Making me second guess my answers. I should just learn to cheat off you.
Whoa. Copy the person next to me, I like it. Talking about that unity, that unify, we're doing one vote.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna take my $100 to Vegas and put it on.
Can I get $200 for us?
$1,000.
Okay. So it's not-
So 1:17 right now. At 1:30, we will be discussing the results of this, okay? So you got a break, 13 minutes, stretch it out, do what you need to do, okay? Plenty of sunshine outside, Colorado.
Thank you. Spoiling us, Peter. Keep spoiling us. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
Was up with John?
We weren't.
Yeah, maybe John's. This is all. You know, it's number 9.
Yeah, it's like 2 like bigger ones and then like. That's why I have to see.
I think the mayor's the only one. Where we don't know that we are.
You can just pop that.
Yep, okay.
He's just given.
Okay, I think we can just have him let us know when he's done, that way I can download the results.
And we have the money program.
You know what? You know, look at work.
I know.
I can wait a presentation, you guys.
Oh, right. I know.
Well, maybe at our next one.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
It's,
We're also got. Like hundreds.
It's still, that's a big chunk.
No, it is.
No,
He's working.
Okay.
No.
Maybe ended. Oh, no, we're hot. So.
That's fine.
Various votes, we're good. There was discussion. Here's.
It makes sense.
Once again, a lot of tech juggling, man.
And also, you know, so up.
Good for you guys.
Specific to their.
But that's what they say statistically. When you
And that's gonna be hard, but it'll be a fun discussion. Did it work? All right, Sean, come on.
That's my favorite, but I like your idea where actually. You're remodeling that?
Yeah, now we're just, you know, having trouble getting a refrigerator.
Are we gonna go? You wanna have a.
What?
We have, the voting will be, if you're able to do it out of the room.
Get called today before
You asked. Okay, all right, I'll give it a shot here. He's done. He's done. It looks like Jim is shut down. So that's it, Sean, yeah?
Well, Jim is entering his now.
Oh, Jim's entering us. Cool. Yeah, Jim, just let me know when you're done, okay? Yep.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay.
You have us all on mute. They have us on mute, or they have the room on mute, Cheryl.
Okay, okay,
No, it's just us right now.
okay. But my goodness.
Because the bottom line.
And I mean, your phone also has the capability and probably your computer and your smart TV. I will tell you, we didn't have.
Yeah, not for everything.
Right.
It was probably I wish we had done this.
And then the other thing is,
But anyway,
the survey didn't coincide with the magazine cycle. Education cycle. That's all the challenge.
as I said to my husband, it is so stressful. I still like to be able to watch movies or something. And so we bought a TV, and it's a smart TV. And I said to him, we're gonna leave that whole thing. So, you know, the terms of use, nobody ever does it. So we sat down. And it took us about an hour and a half to read all the way through. You know, normally under terms and conditions, it says accept. And but it took us that long. And then when you get to the bottom, it comes up with two choices. I don't accept and continue anyway. Oh, really? Yes, and, but wow. I said, you are spying on everything we do and tying together everything we do. I mean, it was kind of frightening.
Yes.
I mean, this is where the mind says, you would take over your camera on your computer. I said, and he said, I want to cover the TV. So I think it is frightening what they're doing.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, it's creepy. Really.
Yeah.
I mean, most normal things, like I've got nothing to hide. Normal,
Right, right, I've got nothing to hide, but the truth is, they're tying everything you do together, and the amount of stuff that they can learn from it.
That's true. But still, I mean, we wonder what that means down there. So identity, because they know enough about it.
Right, and that's maybe why it's becoming more prolific. So, I don't know, it's just.
And so good for her.
Things in this day and age. And I mean, I've seen not so much my children. I mean, some people my children's age, and my grandchildren read stuff on Facebook. That are security. Me like, I mean, for a week, you know.
Wait till you get.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that generation doesn't think about security issues that people.
I saw a post from somewhere that says, do not, answer the questions like, what's your mother's maiden name? It's asking all these.
I have a.
And all that, like, yeah, that's everything. Are there security questions?
First I did. Yeah. Then I decided that probably wasn't a good idea. Well, thank you for your monetary consideration. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
How is he?
Your fake money.
He is.
I don't really have a plan.
Spend it on my.
Debbie's versus strawberry, so folks go.
Are you gonna wheel in the deal over there?
Big chunk.
Did you get enough? Yes. I did. Okay. I did. All right. Did you get your cookie? Oh, you can't do that either.
But you know what? I can take it home.
Dan will appreciate it. He is taking the whole box lunch. Taking some brownies.
Sister Kim.
Yeah, give it to my son.
Close. I'm getting close, yeah. I'm having a freezing issue. Just give me just a moment here. We're almost there. Sorry, I had a number crunch on the fly here, y'all.
Earlier this week.
I know, it's
I was
skewed.
at home doing something, not really paying attention. Our 6-month-old German Shepherd bolted out the door. And so I came out front as soon as I could, and I was hollering at the dog, and some people were walking their dog around the corner. And said, have you seen a German Shepherd? And I'm like, no. Hollering for the dog, and she comes howling through the neighborhood towards me, but past me because it's a naughty dog. But she really liked my dog. She really liked their dog, so she stopped their dog, and they were really cool about it. They walked across the street as a lead for my dog, and into my yard, actually added whoever my dog felt like it was okay to follow, so that I could get some of those. But yeah, it was like 15 minutes of the light, they'll never get back. They're totally awesome.
Almost like identical. We have two Springer Spaniels, who are the most passionate trees on the planet. They're 7 years old, but they're still they run around like graveyard guys. So we had 19 years old. After I told them 1,000,000 times.
Yeah.
He drops the door open every time. Jax runs out the front. And my wife didn't know what happened.
Yeah.
He likes to play when he's too rough.
There's like 6 of them.
Sometimes she runs outside the middle of the street. He's got the other dog calmed down. The other dog's crying. That's what my impression. She gets out. There's a dog walker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's traffic.
We need it.
She loves snow.
Oh, really? Okay.
We got totally.
I don't come out like this.
Yeah, maybe.
Very curious how long you're gonna be, what we're gonna be able to act.
Literally.
No, I know. Where's it coming from? I love that our names are attached to it, right? So we need a bunch of data.
I don't know.
We do that.
I don't know. So your areas
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this one's different too. All the time.
I think it's sheet 2 they're looking at. Alrighty.
Probably regressing.
Oh, yeah. Still.
Moment of truth, team. Here we go. Okay. Everybody's on tenterhooks. This is an exciting one. It's like a big reveal.
Where's your drum roll?
I don't have. All right, so here's where we landed as council and as staff, just so you have a little comparison. So again, just for those of us who are online, we use the SurveyMonkey tool. We are now displaying the results of that. Staff and council have both had the opportunity to spend $100 on these 7 priority areas, and here's where we landed as a team. Now, what I'll say is, as I look at the results of the individual responses, some very big differences in terms of how we're approaching it, but this is collectively how we're approaching the problem set. So as you can notice, as council, number 1 on your list is that infrastructure and transportation is top of the list in terms of where you would spend your money. So nearly a quarter of the money that we would spend is right there. If we had our choices, right? Next up on the list for us, $18.43 in safety. So that safety category, $18.43 there. $15.43 in sustainability, followed very closely by $15.14 in local economy. Community well-being, $11.43. Governance at $8.29, and neighborhoods at $6.14. The point that I want to draw upon this is, as we sit here and just put dollars out there and sort of have this conversation in a vacuum, which we're not going to do now, we would rank 3 times higher our need for infrastructure and transportation over neighborhoods. So comparatively, that has 3 times more value is what we're stating when we'd spend our dollars than we would this way. I want you to take a second and absorb this, and just take a second to maybe take it in, and then we can have a conversation about it of, how does this feel to us? Does it feel like maybe this is in the ballpark of where we collectively are okay with? And yes, I recognize there may be disagreement on this, but at the end of the day, we got to find a ground somewhere. And then, of course, staff, you can see kind of how that laid out, and it's not overly dissimilar.
I'm very surprised
Okay.
to see sustainability at 3rd and neighborhoods in last. I was not expecting that.
So the comment was, it's a little surprising to have sustainability in 3rd and maybe neighborhoods in last. Also, why it's important for us to gut check this in a conversation. Does that feel right?
most intriguing outcome for me is knowing how much each of these elements generally costs and seeing safety at 18.4% of our spend is a little strange to me. Because that's, over a third of our actual budget on an annual basis. That for police, not including fire. That's weird to me.
Yeah, $6 out of 100 for neighborhoods would go a long ways for that.
Oh, okay. This is not a reallocation of resources. We're not doing that right now. It is a discussion of preference and prioritization when we have competing resource needs, right? So you're not getting $6 out of 100 on this one, all right?
But that's an interesting point, is the fact that different parts of these cost different things. And so we know that, neighborhoods, as Chris said, that would go a long ways. So maybe, people are like, well, it's not gonna take as much money to accomplish the goals that are outlined in that.
Yeah, I don't think this is saying it's less important.
Right.
It's an impact statement, right? That's the discussion, was what's the impact statement look like? This is how we would allocate $100 from an impact perspective. Yes.
I think realistically, though, we spend the majority of our money on safety.
Sure.
Yep, close to half.
Sure. Absolutely.
I think that, depends on where that money's coming from, infrastructure, transportation, public works is coming from, not only from general fund, but from capital funds.
Right.
That in effect makes it even larger as an element, because if you took the general fund and you added it to the enterprise funds, and then you took infrastructure and transportation as a percentage of that, I guess safety would fit in that percentage. If we took all of the city's money, put it in one bucket.
And let's just be careful about what we're conflating versus not conflating here, which is, this is not a representation of your budget dollars and how you actually do allocate those resources. It's more of a impact statement about what you feel creates the greatest impact to the community. The only reason I draw that distinction is that you do spend more money on public safety because that's what's required in order to bring safety to the community. It's not a statement of that, but in terms of impact, you're stating that transportation and infrastructure as is worth nearly 1/4 of the impact value to the community in terms of what you're seeing there, which obviously has some other interplay as well. So it's about that statement of impact to the community, not necessarily the way we allocate the dollars, which have different funding sources and different roles, unfunded mandates, funded mandates, et cetera, et cetera.
The one that surprised me is community well-being, from the council side at least, be pretty low on the priority list when I kind of look at those lists and in terms of like community impact, affordability and parks and rec facilities and some of these kind of things. I had it a little higher up, in terms of dollar amount, a little higher up than that, or quite a bit higher up than that, but
okay.
I'm surprised, in kind of the opposite way, I'm surprised sustainability beat out community well-being and economy. Yeah.
So this is a question though, as we see that, does that ring true to us? We rated it that way in a vacuum. Now that we're having a discussion about it and we see how others have weighted, does that make sense to us? Or is that something where we would change the rank order priority? And I want to hear from the folks online as well. Mayor and Councilwoman, just make sure you hear your voice as well. What do you think about this?
I can go first. I'm not too surprised by some of the numbers. I guess if we dive in a little bit deeper into community well-being and sustainability being a little bit higher, I can kind of see that. But no, at least for me, the easiest one for me was infrastructure and transportation. So I filled that one out first. I put a 25 on that one, and then I put neighborhoods at 5. So, and then I try to work the other ones in between. But again, it had more to do with kind of being pragmatic, knowing how much infrastructure costs. So I kind of used that as a baseline, and neighborhoods I put as a 5. But even then I was like, that's a lot of dollars in terms of 5% of the 100. I thought it was high, but I did want to kind of just like use that as a kind of like as a low point. But
okay.
I'll say that I think we were probably all drawing on a few different metrics or methodologies in our brains for filling this out, which has been brought out before. For example, I know I was adding, assigning my dollars based on what I knew the city already has in progress for each of those areas, based on how much we've already accomplished strategically for each of those. So I was saying, given what we've done, let's say in the last 5 years, because they're more relevant to me, we've accomplished this, so I'm putting the 100 here based on that.
Okay.
Oh, that everybody was doing that. So I think our numbers are gonna look different. It doesn't scare me about the differences here.
And I want to open it up to staff for a second too here. As you look at this, as a team member of leadership required, again, to carry out what we come out with today, right? Does anything pop out for you or any comments or thoughts related to this, either in terms of the staff score or in terms of the council score? Except for we like 6 out of $100. No?
Can I just point out that statistically speaking, it looks like staff all scored sustainability the same. It's an even 10. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yep.
Did they get together before they voted?
Guaranteed, yes. Guaranteed, big collusion in the corner.
It could be 30, 20, 10.
That's right, that's right. It averages out. I double checked it. Those are the numbers.
Not
We're good.
everybody voted the same.
Okay.
They're in 8 to 12.
Yeah, that's the way it appears.
No one broke a 10, like it was,
Okay.
So nobody broke a 10. Everybody's dealing with round numbers. It's all $5 bills here for staff.
But I think, that we both groups have the same top priority is
I agree.
indication of alignment. And it's probably an indication of what we've been focused on for the last 3 or 4 years. So it would make sense that that becomes at the forefront of everyone's mind. I look at it in terms of somewhat of a grouping. So you have clearly the top, and then there's like a middle segment group, and then there's a priority group. And so it's really just, it's just forced ranking stuff.
And I think you're 100% right. And if we look at what the community said too, with those community votes, our top 3 reflect the top 3 of the community, reflect the top 3 of council, right? When we talk about it, it was economic, local economy, which is $15 for you all, right? That's top of the list. It was infrastructure and transportation was number 2 on that list, right? And then safety was number 3. That's the same as we've got here, maybe with a little bit of tweaking in the order. But we're also, I think, reflecting the priorities. You all are reflecting the priorities of the community, to your point about sort of that top tier level of investment. That's kind of where we're seeming to put that emphasis. So it seems like your answers are consistent with maybe the community answers in this space, which is great. And also staff's response with transportation infrastructure aligns with council's response on that as well, being a top priority. And again, especially with funding coming your way on this, seems like a good time to have that one as a great top priority.
Well, our number 2 is the same too.
Mm-hmm. So we're in agreement on these top sections here, yes?
I just add one other thing. On local economy, the $15 for council and the $9 for staff, I think often illustrates what often happens in city governments, whereas the council is much more forward facing with the people in the economy, and the staff are more focused on the tasks at hand to complete city services. And so that any way that maybe there's more of an ability for staff members to be more educated or more informed or more connected to that local economy, that might be a place to get us more connected, in line and connected in that respect.
I like that comment. I think that's a great comment. And of course, you're gonna have different priorities naturally, right? I mean, some of us have the internal focus that we've got to deal with, and staff is going to be looking at those things. Externally, our council members are going to be more focused on what impacts sort of that, those economic factors and those other things too. So yeah, 100%. We should see different answers. We do. That's okay. Now, just in terms from a council perspective, we have a rank order of this now. Now we have a 1 through 7 in terms of how we as staff can look at your council priorities that you've listed here and spent your $100 on. And they can make a determination when, neighborhoods comes up against local economy. There is a strong preference that we focus those resources if we have to choose between the two. Not saying that's always the case, but if we have to, we're gonna focus our efforts there before we focus our efforts there. That's part of what we've got to sort of discern here is where do we spend our time? Where do we spend our focus? Where do we spend our effort? Does this feel okay to council?
I have a question.
Sure.
On the numbers in this process. Cause I could see, you mentioned that you'll occasionally get somebody that will throw all their money in one bucket. And what you would end up with then is potentially a skewed result where one person is inflating, even though they only get one vote when it comes voting time, they're inflating it in terms of priorities, in terms of the rest of council. So I'm just curious, did you have any of that go on?
No, happy to share the individual results with you. There were people who had there were two people who had an incredibly strong preference over three different areas.
Okay.
Nobody put all their money into one bucket.
I'd be curious to see the numbers.
I'd be happy to throw it up here for you if that would make it easier. Let's go ahead with individual responses and looking at those help in terms of this. I definitely don't want it to seem like it's a black box, okay? Yeah, we'll pull that up. I think it's one of the other sheets here, actually. If we could pull up, I think sheet is the name of it.
Nick, while he's doing that,
Yeah.
we do have to get through the other six categories. Are we on track for that?
Yeah.
2:30?
Yeah, we're working on it, you know what I mean? Like, gotta get this first. So you'll see here, here's the $100 spent, right? We've got a filter on this. Can you take that filter off the J column? There's a filter up there. I'm sorry, right there, that drop down thing. There? Yeah, there, right there. And then just clear filter. That clear filter, there you go. So you can see all the responses right here. You see it was I think a fairly reasonable distribution in terms of how people spent their dollars. No super loading one area versus another. In terms of that.
Okay, that's helpful.
Is that?
I just want to make sure.
No, fair enough. And that's the challenge with this, right? Anytime you go through a prioritization exercise, there are always challenges to however you do it. If you go 1 through 7, you have no relative comparison. If you do it this way, there's always the ability to skew the numbers. But I don't think we actually had that. I think people were thoughtful about how they spent the money here. So it feels good to me in terms of what I'm seeing from the data perspective. If we could go back to that.
The one I do see is there's a 50 on sustainable, 3 high priorities. There's 150 in there that would potentially, compared to how the rest of them are split up over when there's the same on infrastructure, somebody's got a 50 there as well. So it's just a curiosity, but that's how things get weighted.
That's how folks would choose to spend it, you know, like that's the catch, which is, that's how you would spend it, you know? If we could pull back up those, I think that's that sheet 2 again, which has got the
50 on sustainability.
The overall results. But, you know, if we look at this here, we've got a rank order now from a staff perspective, and we've got a rank order from a council perspective. I think I'm hoping reasonable for us to say that if we were to just put these in a 1 through 7 order, these feel okay from a council perspective of these are the 1 through 7 that we voted on and agreed on, that these is the rank order of them. And I'm just trying to get to that space, because if we could do that, then at least we can have a conversation about some other priorities, because you're gonna have to get into funding priorities later in the year as we get into budget process and those kinds of things. You're gonna have additional goals coming back. You're gonna have more conversation on this, but we got to start somewhere when it comes to, you know, limiting this, because all 7 being equal is not the case. And if we look at it that way, we're gonna misallocate resources, and that becomes a problem to achieve the result. I'm getting no necessary objections from this in terms of we have spent the money. We have a rank order, generally speaking, of the 1 through 7. Okay, I'm having no significant objection.
I think I'm having a little personal objection in that we were, you know, the original plan was to rank these 1 through 7. The dollar amount, I think, is a whole different discussion.
Yeah.
Like, because we can't, I don't think anybody would say that if this is a level of importance.
No.
It's just with $100. Yeah, so I
don't know if it's a significant objection. But I'm kind of taking this with a grain of salt when it comes time, you know, like, are the top 3 priorities reflected in here the way council is actually going to go about allocating resources? I'm not sure. I think this looks, with the way you can weight stuff in your responses, I'm not sold on this as a good, clear reflection of a majority of council's top priorities, personally.
And insofar as resources, money is one part, but time is a huge part too. How much time do you want us to dedicate to these things too?
Yeah.
That's a different ranking.
And even that, I mean, and everybody goes into it with a different idea. So I think it's interesting for both purposes, time and money, but I'm not confident it reflects one or both or either of them really clearly.
So I'm gonna say that we have numbers that tend to point us in a direction that we have a 1 through 7. Now, the dollars being spent, let's set that aside for a second and let's just look at that ordinal ranking of 1 through 7. Can we agree on the 1 through 7 ranking? Because that's really what we're after here is just generally speaking, are we in that kind of an order framework? We would agree that because what we do have agreement on is 1 through 3 are the top priorities for the community, are the top priorities for council, are the top priorities for staff. So our 1 through 3, maybe we're differing on the order, 1, 2, 3, but the first 3 are the same 3 for all 3 groups.
No, they're not.
I
Sustainability is in the top 3 for council.
Oh, you're right,
And that's the one that's an outlier compared to the community.
You're right. I'm sorry, the local economy is right up there with it. That was the other one. That was the third.
Right. True.
I agree with Councilmember Anderson. I think it would have been better for us to just number each one of them in our priority from 1 to 7, because that would probably reflect more closely what council really values as the priority.
Okay.
When I look at those numbers, most council members had a pretty high number on infrastructure and transportation and a modest to low number on sustainability. And then there was one person that had and I don't know who it was, a 2 on infrastructure and transportation and a 50 on sustainability. That's going to affect the outcome. That may not mean a majority of council actually reflects that third priority as the third priority. So it's not really a question of whether it's a priority or not, but whether it accurately reflects how the majority of council would vote on something.
Can we kick out the places where we have obvious alignment, like infrastructure and transportation as number 1 here?
Yeah.
Can we say that's number 1? Because we seem to have agreement on that. It was 2 for the public, was number 1 for us. Is that okay for number 1 priority? Let's go down the list.
I think Councilmember Wink had something to add.
Yes, please.
No? Okay, sorry.
Thanks for keeping me honest behind me too. It's tough on that front. So we have agreement on 1. What about 2? What about 2? For council members, we said number 2 is safety.
It's definitely top 3 for me, so I think it fits,
It was top 3 for the public as well. It was the 3rd on the list, if I recall correctly, for the public. Are we okay with that being 2nd?
Safety?
Safety.
Yes.
No significant objection, feeling okay. 2nd. 3rd on the list. 3rd here in this case was sustainability for the council. Does that feel correct or incorrect?
That doesn't feel right.
I think this is the more difficult portion of this conversation. Is the sustainability, local economy aspect, which should be leading and which should be falling behind.
Community well-being, I
think.
Yeah, a community well-being as well. Yeah.
I think it's difficult when you're looking at, okay, prioritize it and spending money, because they're really 2 different things.
Okay.
Community well-being with parks, there's expenses there, lots of expenses. Sustainability, as a committee right now and as planning and stuff, there aren't the same amount of expenses right now, but it's really, really important what the work they're doing. So looking at spending money or trying to make it important, we're doing 2 different things.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, where you put the money and how you prioritize it, they're gonna have to get in alignment at some point though, right? That's part of what the struggle that we've got though is we do have limited dollars and there is money available there. So, we have agreement on the first 2.
For example, on safety, in police, and then you add in fire, which isn't in this safety part. But you'd probably be at around 40% of the budget.
Yeah, close to half.
For sure. The cost to deliver these services is not equivalent to each other by any stretch. The strategic priority to the community of providing the service is the conversation here, because then we have to deal with the allocation of resources as we go through budget. So it's totally appropriate to call that out. Very fair point. So we have agreement on the first two. When it comes to 3, 4, 5, it sounds like we've got maybe some disagreement or some work to do in that space when it comes to that ranking.
I feel like if I'm doing a 1 to 7 ranking, I'm gonna put community well-being in the third spot, right behind safety.
That's what I would do.
But the numbers.
That's okay though. That's part of it. This is why you have the discussion after, right? We saw how we would rank it and spend the money. The question becomes, how would we actually prioritize it when it came down to 1 versus 1? And so that's part of that conversation, is you're saying, I think that actually in reality, community well-being probably places higher than sustainability, even though somebody spent $55 on it, that was important to them. It's one of 7 of our team, not reflective of all of that, right? So if community well-being should be placed higher, we can do that in terms of the ranking now. Let's also reflect that it did not score that way when we came to how people would spend their money. That's okay. But that's why we have this discussion after we know and inform it with this. Does that feel community well-being as being third? We've got that up here at 14, council's got that at 1143. We have sustainability at $15 and we have local economy at $15. So we're saying community well-being. Does that come in third for us? Does that feel like that's the third item on the list? I'm getting head nods in the room. That there's a yes here. What about remotely? Are we okay with that? Community well-being third?
Yeah, I would think so on my end.
Okay. So we've got third. What's after community well-being? Is it sustainability or local economy?
And I would put sustainability overlaps with a lot of this stuff, so it's not, but I would put local economy.
I would also.
Same here.
Local economy? Okay.
I put local economy and sustainability as exactly the same number.
Okay. The public said local economy, so we had our residents also state that that was their top priority as well on that list that we put up earlier. So does local economy end up working its way into that 4th place slot, it sounds like?
Given the direction we've received from residents, I think that fits for me.
Does that feel fair as the tiebreaker in this? Making sustainability next on the list. Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
That leaves us with 2 left, right? So we have, what do we have? We have neighborhoods and governance. Neighborhoods and governance. And council said that governance is more important than neighborhoods in this case, just in terms of allocation. Does that feel okay?
Does to me.
Yes.
Yes? Yes?
Maybe not.
Maybe not. I'm getting some yeses and maybe one, maybe no, not on this one. Thinking the yays have it, but if you'd like to say something on that, if you're feeling strongly.
Well, is governance referring to city council itself? If that is true, then neighborhoods ought to be more important than city council itself, because that's who we're representing.
And I think most of the goals, the projects and goals are more related to the kind of internal workings of staff. Certainly council has a big part of that, but I think it's more the internal piece than the external council piece.
Okay.
The way I view it is not so much that neighborhoods falls last because it's not important. It's when we're looking at the things that we have to drop off the list, when we have to do belt tightening. We're always going to have some form of city government, but we might not be able to afford block parties or picnics or other types of neighborhood nice to haves when we're looking for money to repave our roads or something similar.
Well, we may be laying off employees too.
Yeah, it's possible.
Been there, done that.
So it sounds like governance is still maybe that next on the list, and the neighborhoods Again, not being a non-priority, it is one of our 7 priorities. It's just of when we have to make choices, these are the choices that we're stuck with, right? And helps to have information and done that. We've ranked these now 1 through 7. It is different than what we started with, but we landed in hopefully a negotiated place that we're comfortable with. I don't think we had too much objection between the 1 through 7 ranking, maybe with just 1 or 2 exceptions. So it feels like we've got our 1 through 7. Are we okay with that? Online okay with that too? All right. I'm feeling like we landed in an okay place. We have a 1 through 7 now. Again, when it comes to the dollars, this was just an exercise in seeing level of preference. Now we have some understanding. We did an ordinal ranking of 1 through 7, and we know what's 1st through 7th. Sean, we okay with that?
We are. I think we're ready to move on to the
dots
sections.
Okay, so this is our last sort of pseudo exercise for the day, and then we're going to do a little wrap up here. What I'd like to do is I'd like to have you vote. We have some additional goals that are going to be added. Obviously, per the conversation today, some goals are going to be split. But what we would love to have your help with is taking out of all of these goals under these different topics, right? Community well-being, governance, et cetera, et cetera. If you had 10 votes to go put dots up there with, any one of those goals that you would like underneath those areas, we'd like you to place 10 dots, however you'd like to place them underneath those areas. So if you wanted them all in one area, you can do that. But again, this is about impact to the community and what that goal does in terms of impact to the community. I'm going to say this, recognizing that we made some edits today. Okay, so I understand that as well, but it would help us out as a team, as a leadership team, to be able to get some perspective on that. And we've got those voting dots, Tim, back there. I think. Yep, so we've got voting dots. So what we're looking for is 10 votes out of our council members on which of these is the most impactful or most important to creating impact for you. And go ahead, Sean.
We're picking 10.
10, you have 10 dots, and any one of these goals, community well-being, governance, et cetera, you have 10 dots total to say these are the most important goals under these areas. So you just put a dot next to a goal, that's it. So, yeah.
Apologies for the audible here, but really what we need is to prioritize within each section. So we've got the, one section against the other here. We really need them to maybe spend, you have 4 dots per section, put the dot, does that make sense?
You want to go it that way?
Yeah, so we really need them to rank the goals within, not compete against the section.
In which case, we're going to do, well, we got 4 in that section. Do 3 dots.
7 rows of 5.
3 dots per section, okay?
Yeah, that's perfect, because you have 5 dots.
No. We got 3 dots per section. We have 5 dots. We've got more than that, and we only have 4 goals in certain sections. So we need 3 because we have to create some scarcity. If we have more than that, we can't, right?
Right.
But we can't put, if we have 5, we can put multiple dots.
You put 3 per section. 3 per section is what we're after. If we get into 5, we've only got 4 goals in certain sections. So that makes no sense.
And we're not rating one better than
Nope,
the other.
one better than the other.
Red is really good.
Nope, no red, yellow, green, blue, none of that. 3 dots per section is all we're after on this one. That's the audible call. If you're online, we need to go ahead and, I'm not sure how we reflect that with the folks online.
No, I think we're probably gonna have to get there offline. So Cheryl, or go ahead, Daniel.
No, I was gonna say is like we're not able to see anything, so we're not sure exactly what it is that you're putting dots on. So
Right, I think we're gonna have to get y'all's
You don't want to
offline.
do that because that's.
We can,
For that.
we can take these in and they can put their dots in the same sheets. So for our 2 members online, what we're gonna do is these exact same sheets that they're putting dots on right now, we'll make sure you have the opportunity to put your dots on those same sheets so that it'll be counted as well. Sorry, a challenge of the way of doing this exercise in the room.
can we make sure that Steve only has 10 dots?
Double check the dot check.
Fool again.
Right on, a quality control dot check.
So you're going to 3.
3?
Yeah.
Only even 3.
We were recommending.
I'll keep it as brief as I can, Sean. Work on it,
I
thought that was you, Sam.
You know it was.
Oh. Who do you want to come at your door? Police and the firemen. And then Brad. For every neighborhood. You're all, I feel bad for a lot of things. That's not what
I'm just gonna have them. Just take them.
I'm gonna take these leftover sandwiches to patrol unless somebody wants one before I take them.
I can help you, Sam.
Go for it.
Just in case somebody didn't have a chance to eat it.
Someone Daniel and Cheryl did.
So if you want to use extra ones, I'm not gonna eat.
Yeah, this is hard because staff.
Like your little brother.
Stickers to spare, $5 a sticker, right?
Yep.
Snag extra chips again.
I've got a third chip.
It's like a chip contribution center up in here.
Yeah.
It's where we check in on ourselves. No, not the third bag. For those of you online, we have 3 members still putting their dots up, and then we're just gonna do a quick report out on that and do a little next steps and a little wrap up on the day. So we're getting close.
And Cheryl's?
They're going to do it later. We're gonna provide them with these exact sheets. They're gonna put their dots on the same sheets. Just hard to.
Yeah, I'm
One
gonna
of
send
the-
it
I
to
was like, I'll carry them around.
You'll vote for them?
Well, no, I'll keep
I know.
them and I will respect their wishes.
No. We're gonna.
For the record, Mr. Mayor, I have 14 dots left of the 35 I was originally issued.
After the audit.
Let the record show. 7 sheets times 3, 21. Math adds up.
Side note, there was a black market program going on in here for dot purchasing.
I should have waited till everybody else was done because then I could bolster
Yeah.
whichever one I want.
It's like the game.
Desire.
Put free on it. Whatever I want to roll up.
It's like playing the game of Risk. It's like, do you turn in your cards now for the extra armies, or do you wait a little bit before?
Put all their dots on.
Yeah.
It's actually what's the next steps.
Perfect. You're up next here.
Oh,
I'm gonna do a quick run through on this. and then you're up next.
Yeah, yeah, I'll sit over here.
Yeah, no worries. Okay.
I worked here, you thought I was taking it right the first time.
There you go.
Nice try, Chief.
3 dots.
No pressure, no pressure, no pressure.
I think you're winning, Sam.
Oh, you're all.
You put them where you want to, no worries, all right?
It's on your ballot.
I will. Just sign your second ballot.
Good meeting, thanks. Yeah, Sean, today, I was.
That's incredible.
That was the truth.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Thank you. All right, we got it. All right, here we go. Real quick, just a real brief overview of kind of the top of the list, and I'm doing this as much for the folks online, so hopefully you can hear this, but in the community well-being section, top vote getter was parks and recreation facilities, followed by affordability. Those two are sort of those clear top of the list ones as we went through our voting stickers here. Governance, we have a tie between community engagement, or I'm sorry, actually revenue and finances wins the day, community engagement, and staff training and development. So a lot of spread between the numbers on that one, but a couple top of the list there. Infrastructure and transportation. We have a three-way tie between multimodal transportation, flood mitigation, and sustainable infrastructure. So again, one of our top priorities, we've got that there. Public safety services, top of the list. Pretty much the clear winner in our safety category. So we got one that just really crushes the rest of the list there. Neighborhoods. Number one, neighbor to neighbor connections, followed closely by community engagement. So those are two top of the list again here. Local economy, business retention, and downtown vibrancy. Again, our top of the list one there, which has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The next closest ones have 4 and 3. So we've got a pretty top one with that business retention, and then downtown vibrancy. And then we have, let's see here. It looks like a pretty interesting split on sustainability. We got water protection, built environment and infrastructure, and then we got a couple other economic resilience, transportation, and community resilience that all kind of play against each other. So just a little bit about how the votes are working in the room. We have 2 other members to get. So we're going to get a few more votes on this, and hopefully that'll help even clarify this picture even more in terms of what our priorities look like. We feeling okay about that? That's how our votes sort of landed. Seems like nothing too shocking up there, I don't think, based on the conversations I heard today. But feels okay? Thank you for taking the time to help us prioritize those in terms of how you see the landscape. Super helpful for staff to kind of know as this weighs out and we come back with more information what that looks like. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Tim.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. So I think today was really a great transition point, again, from reflecting on our past successes and also looking forward. So we have 2 more checkpoints with you on the development of the strategic plan. The first is February 14th, which is a study session meeting. So what we're going to be doing between now and then is basically taking all of this, the prioritization that you came up with, the wordsmithing that you did, the ideas that you provided today, as well as ideas that we've gotten through different comments. We're going to put those together into the strategic plan document, the full document that you saw at your meeting on December 13th. And we're going to provide an updated copy to you on February 14th for your discussion. We'll see what comes out of that discussion. And then we have a plan to come back to you on March 14th to ask you to approve by motion the final strategic plan. And then after that, we'll go into effect. So we have 2 more checkpoints. One that will basically take all this data, present the updated version to you, and then a final one to ask you to consider it in a motion. All right.
So more bites at the apple on this one. Not the last time you'll be seeing this, but certainly hopefully a step forward in terms of our collective and shared understanding on this. To wrap up the day, and there's not a whole lot more to this, but I want to take a moment to just have a conversation about what can we as council members do to just, kind of commit in terms of this plan and the items inside of the plan itself. Sure, we've got a slide up here if we need it, but that's the question I want to make is what kind of commitment are you willing to make to the success of this plan? And that's, I guess, the question that I just kind of want to ask our council members. What's the commitment walking out of this room that we're willing to make to say, you know what, I'm going to help move this plan forward. Now that we've had this discussion, here's how I'm going to do it. So that was kind of my hope, is that we could just maybe have everybody kind of sound off on one thing they might be willing to do to support the overall plan. Obviously, this is what we're doing day to day, right? We're obviously supporting this plan, but maybe one commitment we can make out of the room saying, you know what, I'm gonna lean in here and help us out.
Here's the debut of your group photo. If you hadn't already seen it.
Oh, is this the kind of group? Yes.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'll just jump in. I don't have any concerns that any council member here won't put the effort or the work into moving, doing their part to move this forward. So I have a lot of confidence in this council. We work well together. We all always come prepared. So I think, at least from my perspective, what I'm going to continue to do is continue to listen to the constituents and read the material and just make sure that I come prepared for the discussions that we have coming up next month, as well as into this next year.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. Any other thoughts or commitments that you want to share? Kind of like, this is what I got out today. This is something I'm gonna really put myself into.
I think, in addition to what the mayor said, which I completely agree with, I think we're not all gonna get everything that we want exactly the way that we want it, but I think committing to the common kind of consensus and good, but also assuming positive intent. As we go forward, we're gonna continue to have to prioritize, we're gonna have to continue to make decisions, and I think assuming that each one of us has what we think is the best interest of the city at heart is really important, and assuming that positive intent.
Love that. I think assuming positive intent is a great thing. We talked about that trust space earlier too. We're gonna get wrinkles thrown into things. Things are gonna change as the year goes on, and our commitment to each other is more important even than the commitment to this, right? Because we've got to be willing to roll with those punches and make those changes. So I appreciate that. Any other commitments or thoughts from the team here?
I feel I can compromise for the better good where I need to and if I need to.
I appreciate that. I think we've seen that out of everybody today. Everybody's been real great about, this is a communicative council, and I really appreciate that. I've worked with some not communicative councils, and this is one where you all at least maybe, and I don't know your disagreements, but I'll say that they don't creep over into this room, and it's really great to have a chance to work with folks who are willing to negotiate with each other, because you all believe in what's in the best interest of the community. That's clearly come out, so.
I think one of the things we can do to retain focus going forward is to celebrate the accomplishments as they occur. So the community has told us, we want you to focus on infrastructure. And we've been doing a ton of infrastructure work. But as that work comes forward to us and we, approve a contract, or we get a report that says, we surveyed all the city streets and this is the condition of everything. I think noting that as an accomplishment, as a step in the right direction to achieve that community goal is important for us as a body, for the staff that does that work, and for the community as a whole to see that their government is actively working on supporting their needs.
That's great. The storytelling is so important, and it's something that, quite frankly, and I get to say this now since I'm not staff anymore, but staff doesn't get to tell that story as much as you all do. And so it becomes, you are the mouthpieces, because it's not appropriate lots of times for them to be the storytellers. That's not their role. That is, thank you for committing to being part of sharing that great story and celebrating the successes. Absolutely. It's tough enough without that, but if we're winning, we should talk about it and celebrate that. Thank you.
Can I add to
Sure, please.
And that is, like, for instance, Chelsea said, we need to tell the story of our water system better. And so when council tells, yes, you can tell your own stories, but if you want us to tell a story, for instance, with that comment from Chelsea, I know with Chris, with Peter, we're doing a whole spread in the Citizen magazine about, where water comes from, how much water we have.
That actually changed. We're still doing a spread on water. But we are doing water. Summer rollout.
Okay, so combining. But anyway, that's my point is, you all can also tell us, when you want, I want a story on this.
Right.
Yeah. In all of our channels, we'll do that.
Okay. It seems like that's where we're at for the day. I just want to say thank you all for spending your Saturday working on something that is an absolute priority for the community. I want to say thank you, first of all, to staff for putting all the work into this and getting all the information together, and Tim and everybody for getting this set up, and Sean, appreciate the invitation to be a part of this. I want to thank all of you as council members for all the work you've put into vetting the community thoughts and being that spokesperson and that leader for the community. It matters, and thank you for what you do. I work exclusively with local governments because I know how much what we do matters, and it matters to me. And this is our opportunity to do once in a generational, if not once in a century, changing work, because we're going to have the funding to be able to do some of this work for the first time ever. And that's pretty exciting stuff. And to everybody in the room, I know the Serenity Prayer teaches us to accept the things we cannot change, but I'd say it's time to change the things we cannot accept. So with that said, thanks for allowing me to be part of your experience today. Any criticisms, welcome. Feel free to turn them into Sean. With that said, thanks. That's our time. And I think we're almost out on time today. Are we not? All right, we're rolling it out. Thanks, everybody, for your input. I really appreciate it. Everybody online, thank you as well. So thanks, everybody. On to the next. Here's Sean.
Thank you, everyone.
Sunshine, let's go, y'all. Come on now.
Yes,
Yes. Fine, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You killed it on the IT side.
Yeah, thank you to Ryan for.
Yeah, shout out to Ryan.
It was almost glitch free.
I know.